So are we ready to start today?
My Lord, can I just mention one quick thing, please?
Oh, yes.
You'll recall yesterday the disclosure and I should say I haven't had a chance to speak about on this topic with my learned friend because this is a very new development. Yesterday there was the late disclosure in relation to the Dubai Civil Defence inspection. We received an email from Mr. Kiki on purely on the point of disclosure. We haven't discussed the contents with him. There's been no other correspondence, but we want your permission to discuss just matters on disclosure or in respect of the DCD with Mr. Kiki.
When you say you want to discuss matters on disclosure, what do you mean exactly?
As in the contents of any documents sent to us, any further documents that we need. It's just very limited to just the DCD disclosure.
You're talking about new documents.
Yes, new documents
haven't been in place so far.
We need to double check if they have or haven't. So we haven't looked into it properly. But we need. I thought we'd just be transparent with the court and just let you know, one, about that. But secondly, our intention to look into these documents properly and if necessary, communicate with him further to say, for example, these are old documents, sorry, no, or we need, if you're giving us new documents, there needs to be new documents. Just to clarify that and to make clear to him, there can be no correspondence about anything else in this between us.
Right, Mr. Calvados?
Well, I'm not sure I understand what my learned friend is asking. If this is a permission to add documents on evidence, to add evidence on record, then I must say it is quite irregular.
Mr. Calvados, I don't think we're at that stage yet. As I understand it, there's no application at the moment to add further documents to the e-bundle. The only application at the moment is, as I understand it, Mr. Kiki has sent an email identifying certain documents. No more. Mr. Kostel is wanting to have the opportunity of identifying with Mr. Kiki what he's talking about effectively in terms of additional documents, not to have a discussion about their importance, but simply because otherwise he wouldn't be allowed to talk to the witness, and he's asking the permission of the court just to identify what it is. It may lead to an application, it may not. But so at this stage, do you object to that process?
No, not at all. And I must say I appreciate the professionalism of my colleague. At least he had the courtesy of letting us know, which is I really appreciate.
Mr. Kostel, then for that, you understand the limits of your...
Of course. As counsel, it's happened before.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It mustn't be assumed that any further documents would be allowed or anything.
No
assumption.
Indeed, but obviously I needed the permission, as my lord has quite right outlined. So we'll eventually get onto that, and probably during the break at some point. But for now, we can continue the proceedings.
So are we ready? Is there any housekeeping?
Not for me, thank you very much.
Mr. Calvados? No, Your Honor.
Then are we going to go straight into Mr. Al-Mahdi?
Indeed. Mr. Al-Mahdi, can you hear? Can you switch on your camera and mic, please?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, I can hear you. You're Mr. Al-Mahdi, are you?
Yes.
Very well. I'll ask the court to administer the oath to you before you give your evidence.
Good morning, my lord. Good morning,
Good
Mr.
morning.
Al-Mahdi. Could you please state your full name and occupation for the record?
Salim Ibrahim Al-Mahdi. I'm the projects manager for Reem Emirates Aluminium.
Thank you. Could you please confirm if you will be taking an oath or an affirmation today?
Oath.
Oath. Do you have the Holy Book in front of you?
I have the Quran, yeah.
Thank you very much. Could you please place your right hand on the Quran and repeat the following statement after me?
Yes.
I swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God.
What I believe in to say the truth.
What I believe in say the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
The whole truth, but nothing except the truth.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, Mr. Carvel, your witness.
My little friend is on mute. You're on
You're
mute.
on mute.
Yes, the modern technology, brave new world. So, Mr. Al-Mahdi, welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning again and welcome. I understand that this is your first time you give testimony at court or arbitration proceedings.
Yes, this is my first time.
This is your first time. So I hope we won't scare you too much so that it won't be the last.
I'm a little intense because it's the first time, but it's fine.
Let me just go through some formalities first, which we must, and then we will ask you I will ask you a few brief questions. Now, I see that you are using the small boardroom in our office, in CRS office, on level 20 of Index Tower to give your evidence today, right?
Right.
Can you confirm that you are alone in the room?
Yeah, I'm alone in the room.
Can you please pick up the small camera which is on top and show it around?
The camera. And
Yes,
no,
if you can show it around.
nobody.
Okay,
Fine.
thank you. Can you now? Okay, great. If you can place it back, can we see you now? Let's see if we can see you. Yes,
Fine.
that's great. Now, I see you have documents before you. You have documents in front of you. Can
Yes.
you please confirm that such documents are printed from the court bundle and that you have not made any notations on those
Yes.
documents?
Yes, it is the witness statement of mine and Mr. Aqiqi.
Great. Okay. Let me explain how this will work. I will ask you questions, and then my colleague will ask you questions. Because it is online and it is not so easy, please wait for my question, for me to finish the question, and my colleague also, when it's his turn. Let him finish the question, and then you speak. Let's try not to speak on one another. Okay?
Agree.
Great. I will now bring up on screen your first witness statement, which is dated 24th March 2022. Let's go all the way down to the end. It's 18 pages. Is this your signature, Mr. Al-Mahdi?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. And if you can go scroll a little bit up. And we see it has 115 paragraphs. So it goes from paragraph 1 to 115. So do you confirm that this is your witness statement?
Yes, I do confirm.
And then you gave a second witness statement. Yeah, we can come back to your witness. And then you gave a second witness statement, which is dated 4th of April 2022. Is this your signature?
Yes.
And if we can scroll a bit up, we see it has 33 paragraphs, much shorter one. This one. So can you confirm again that this is the witness statement?
Yeah, I do confirm this is my witness statement.
Now I understand I think you mentioned that you want to.
Just the handwritten amendment.
Yes, and there is a handwritten amendment, yes, as my colleague confirms, and GD stands for Glenn Bull. You confirm that this is a change which you are comfortable with?
Yeah.
That is part of the original witness statement. Okay, thank you. Now, I understand you wish to make some minor corrections to one of the witness statements. I think it was the first one. Am I right?
Yes, you are right.
Okay, can you please tell us what these corrections are?
In paragraph 53, first witness statement.
Yes.
Reem completed it is main work. I would just to add main work level 59 and 29. Just I want to add before work to write main.
Excuse me, it wasn't very clear. Can you repeat?
If you paragraph 53, Reem completed it is main works to be added.
Main work.
Main.
Okay, main. Okay, so you want to add the word main
Works.
before the word works. Okay. Any other correction?
Yes, and paragraph 65.
Paragraph 65. Yes.
I want to add from paragraph 78 to 85, just add to 85 and remove onwards. I think it was like typing mistake. 78 to be from paragraph 78 to 85, that's all. And remove the word onwards.
Okay. Okay. So this line will read, those works are noted below from paragraphs 78 to 85.
Yes.
And were not insignificant. Okay. And any other correction?
The last one at paragraph 79.
Yes.
The date 10 September should be 1st October. It is like typing mistake because the attachment to the witness statement showing 1st of October. 1st October 2019.
So you mean at the last line of paragraph 79, correct?
Yeah, instead of 10 September 19 should be 1st October 19.
Okay.
That's all.
Your Honor, I don't know if my colleague or of course you have any objection or any issue with this correction.
I can't imagine so.
I couldn't possibly object, but we'll ask questions about it.
Yeah, thank you.
I thought you would. Thank you. Mr. Al-Mahdi, now that we finished with the formalities, there will be a few brief questions from me. I would appreciate if your answers are equally brief and to the point and not very expanded. What is your position at Reem?
I'm projects manager for Reem.
Projects manager. And when did you join Reem?
I joined in 2014.
In 2014. And in your time with Reem, what projects have you worked on?
I made several projects like Palm Jumeirah with 5, then GVC project with 5, Palm Tower with Nakhil, and recently almost 90% completed one high-rise building with I'mar at downtown, 70-story building. This is the main projects.
Okay, thank you. Can I please ask you to answer, speak a bit slower, because the microphone, I don't think it's the best available in the market.
Just on that point, actually, I had trouble following the answers. Would Mr. Al-Mahdi kindly just repeat the answers slower so I can make a note?
Yeah, I done a few projects like Palm Jumeirah with 5 and GVC project, which is the case now. Then after that, I done a high-rise building called Palm Tower in Palm Dubai. Currently, I'm working on high-rise building on downtown of Dubai with Emaar, 70-story building. This is the main projects I'm handling with Reem.
Are we okay, Mr. Costel? Great.
Yep, all good, thank you.
Now, leaving aside the dispute and this litigation for the JVC, for the Village Circle Hotel, putting that all to one side, what was Reem's relationship with Five during the project? And primarily, I'm interested to know if you and Mr. Akiki got along during the project. How was your interaction with Mr. Akiki?
It was a professional relation, and usually there was no problems at all between and Mr. Akiki. It was a friendly relation, I can say, except sometimes when there's a default in payment and these matters, it was a little bit tense. But in general, no, we have a friendly relationship.
Right. Actually, will I be right if I say that when Five issued a letter of intent, the very first document for the JVC project, Five specifically requested you and your team to work on your project? Will I be right if I say this?
Yes, they did that, and they wrote it on the letter of intent to have the same team who was working in Viceroy Palm Jumeirah to be the same team handling GVC.
Thank you. Now, as I believe you understand, this case, from Five's perspective, from Reem's perspective anyway, is primarily about the engineer's determination. Five agrees with it, and Reem disagrees with this determination. Mr. Al-Mahdi, did you meet with the engineer who carried the determination?
Yes, we did meet one time with them, and it was introduction and brief about the project.
And what was your general impression about the process?
Honestly speaking, I was not familiar how the process should be, but what happened, and they got the document maybe after 1 week from our meeting, and quickly they came with the determination without even coming back to us requesting any clarification or any document, which surprised me actually. They make it very quick and without coming back to us requesting any further clarification.
In your view, do you know what were the documents that were given to the engineer? Are you aware of the?
I'm familiar with it. It is sent through our contract manager Saravana, but I seen them. It's like the extension of time and all the delay analysis, etc.
I mean, in your view, does it make sense that they were able to come back with a determination within 1 week?
Yes, it has surprised me because it was a lot of documentation. Like I sent and my colleagues sent more than 200 notices of delay. If you need to go through all of them, it takes time.
Okay. The engineer made several deductions, as I'm sure you're aware. What is the most surprising deduction in your view? What is the deduction that you disagree most?
Actually, most one is the liquidated damages. This really surprised me. During the project cycle, we never discussed that Reem is part of the delay of the project because everybody knows at that time of the execution, the delay comes from the main contractor, the delay comes from the EIFS contractor, the delay comes from an MEB, the ID contractor. It is not known for me that Reem was delaying the project till the determination came to me.
Right. Let's move on to another issue which was raised yesterday, and I picked it from my friend's skeleton arguments. We looked yesterday at the working space handover documents for levels 41 to 59, which were issued from 20th of April to 9th of June 2019. We will have on screen the first notice. Let's look at the first notice dated 20th of April. We are able to do this. This is it. Can you please explain to the court what Reem does upon receiving that notice? What works are required and how are they carried out?
Okay, this is a document issued from 5 engineers to tell us the area is cleared for a Reem to start the balustrade cover and sealant from outside using the cradle system to apply the sealant and cover. So this is like eaves finished. Now it's your turn as Reem Emirates to start putting the cover and the sealant. It's
Right.
This document is given for level 41 to 58, which is basically not as per the concept agreed. The concept agreed in the schedule, and I will receive floor-wise. I should receive like 5 to 6 days. This is the schedule between us. Every five to 6 days, I receive 1 floor. Now, what they did, they issue one time from 41 to 58.
Okay. I see. What you're saying is that they were under the. Let me understand if I got correctly. What you're saying is that pursuant to the program, they should make available to you 5 or 6 floors, 1 floor every 5 or 6 days.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes, you are right.
But instead, they made available to you all 18 floors, 41 to 59.
Yes, they made it one time.
Now, you said that this is after the eaves contractor finished the work, and then you had to apply the cover and sealant, right?
Yes.
Yes. Did you need cradle access to perform these works?
The cradle access required to perform this work. And if I can allow me to say, after even we went to the area to apply the sealant, we found even some mistakes on the eaves application, which is not allowing us to perform the sealant and cover. And we sent a notices to the client. This is not matching with the drawing, need to be rectified. So even this date, which is 18 May or April, was not even the last time, the last item handed over from the eaves to us.
No, I understand this, but my question was about, I would like to focus on the cradles, cradle access issue, if I may, Mr. Al-Mahdi. You say that, so you say that you required cradle access. Were there other contractors that had to use the same cradles?
Yeah, the cradles mainly used by eaves, which is, I will say, 90% of their work depend for the external eaves, depend on the cradle. For us, I would say it's like 10% who are depending on the eaves, which is, I clarified where I need the cradle in with the statement point 17 and 18. We need to use the cradle for balustrade cover, and for curtain wall number 4, also cover and sealant. Is that
Right.
answering your question?
It's your answer. So you say in your witness statement, I can take it back, but I don't think it will be necessary, that cradles were installed in January 2018. Am I right?
Yes, for the eaves work.
And when were they originally planned to be installed?
Okay. The original program, which is the program which is supposed to be completed on November 17, was the cradle system has to move in parallel with the facade work. It's not afterward. So if we are in April installing, as example, at level 9, the cradle should be there at level 9 to make this service for us. And this is how the original program built up.
And and what did it provide? How would it be shared, the cradle between the eaves contractor and Reem?
Sorry, can you repeat?
And the original program, how did it provide? Did it allow that you and the eaves contractor would share the cradle? How would it work?
Yeah. The original program was eaves to finish their work, then for one floor, then Reem to do their work. I do remember it was like allowed 8 days to do per floor. And there is like overlap between other floors. In general, you can say every 6 to 5 days, you need to complete one floor. So the relation and the original program was floor by floor. They finish a floor, then I will enter. They finish one floor, then I will enter. That the original program was says. Now, even the revised program, which is in addendum 1, says almost the same, but the difference, the revised program shows the cradle start at level 19. There was a cradle to be given to a Reem and the eaves. Then later on at level 39, and later on at level 59. What happened on site at level 19 does not give it. They give only at level 39 and 59.
Right. So what you're saying is that what was the original idea, what was originally set in the program, provided in the program for the organization of the work did not happen, right?
That does not happen. And the common standard, allow me to say, like the concrete will reach, let's say, as example, for level 19, there will be a cradle at level 19, and all the work on the fascia will move in parallel. Now, the fascia and glass will move in parallel, the construction will build up, then you shift the cradle system again to the higher floor and onward. This is the common practice, which is the original program done on that basis. But the revised program done in different manner, which is in 3 stages, level 19, 39, and 59. This is the revised program, even though 19 was not respected on actual progress at site.
Right. Now, you were the project manager on site, right?
Yes.
And you were the project manager on site in the spring and summer of 2019, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So, as the project manager on site, can you please tell the court why 5 did not issue the working space handover notices before 20th, before the date that they did, 20 April, for these levels 41, 59? Can you explain why?
Because the eaves was not completed. And I do remember there was an eaves contractor called Swiss Plus, and he was not performing. And a lot of minutes of meeting even being reported that these guys were not performing. And even we sent many notice of delays, which is part of my evidence, first witness statement, due to the eaves delay. Then the client appointed another contractor, I recall, called Bilhassa, I think. Bilhassa, when they started also, they were not performing well. Then the client appointed 3-4 contractors, small contractors. So there was many contractors working on the eaves. And that started in very late, I think, somewhere in December 18 or something like that. So the delay of the eaves contractor does not allow the client to give us the cradle earlier to perform our work. And without the eaves completion, as I explained the sequence of work, we cannot fix our cover and sealant. The sequence of work till October 18 was different than the sequence of work done. Till October 13, till 3 October 18, the sequence was we have to wait the eaves, then we fix the glass. The main work, which I call it main work, even the main program call it main work. Glass is part of the main work. We are not allowed to fix the glass till the eaves contractor finish. But Mr. Nabil on a meeting on 3rd October 2018, he's changed the sequence. He said, guys, fix the glass before the eaves. Even we highlight to them there's high risk that the glass might be damaged by the eaves contractor. He said, no problem, go ahead. So we started from October 18, fixing the glass before the eaves completion, which is not the norms. Then the balance activity after that is the cover and the sealant, which cannot be applied before the eaves to be put it in.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Mahdi. Very, very detailed, but please, may I ask you a little bit slower? I know my colleague is struggling taking notes. I certainly do. I mean, I cannot follow up. So a little bit slower.
I'll try.
Right. Let me take you now to page F477 of the bundle.
Can you share it, please?
If you give us a second, unfortunately, the technology is not as fast as we think it is. Right. This is a letter from Reem to, as I understand, the engineer, dated 19th March. Can we go down to the end of this letter, please? The signature page. Right. Now, this is a letter that you sent to the engineer, am I correct?
Yes.
All right. If you can go again up, can you explain to the court what is it that you are telling the engineer or on 19th March 2022?
Yes. This is basically applying the sealant and the cover above curtain wall number 4, which is the part of the curtain wall which is outside of the building. On that day, the eaves was incomplete. If you look to the picture, can you go to the picture down? I'll explain to you on the picture.
You have a better version.
We have a better version, Your Honor, and Mr. Costello, of the picture. I managed to find a more clear version of the same letter and the same picture. If you would prefer that we can show you the better version, a clearer version, up to you, unless it's clear enough.
I have no issue with a clearer picture. Could it just be sent to us before it's uploaded?
Yeah. Yes, yeah. Okay, show the clear picture, please.
So if you see the lines above the curtain wall, if you don't mind to move the cursor to it. Yes, these lines is the eaves, the fascia of the eaves need to be completed there. Then we can apply the sealant with the curtain wall. This fascia was.
So hang on, let me stop you there. What you're saying is that where the cursor is right now and where my colleague will highlight, this is one of the, there where the cursor moves. This is an area that eaves was not installed, was not applied.
Yes,
Am I right?
It is. Yes, you are right. It's exactly you are right.
Is it the only area or those other areas that my colleague points at?
Many areas, and if you go to the letter itself, it's describing the area. If you go to the letter.
Okay, let's go to the letter.
Yeah.
All right.
See, like example, from level 6 to level 38 at all wings, wing A, B, C, level 41, level 42, like this. So all this.
Hang on. I need to understand something here. You say that for level 6, for example, first line, due to the delay in external fascia boarding and render works, this is eaves contractor work or Reem's work or some other contractor's work?
It is the eaves contractor, and as I said, there's many contractors are there. So it's the eaves contractor work.
All right. Okay. So What were you saying then to the engineer at that day? What was it that you wanted to say to the engineer on that day? Who was delaying the progress?
I was trying to the engineer say this eaves work is delaying our progress. As simple as that.
Okay. Now, if we go down to page F479, this is the it's the picture. Right. Very few more questions. We will now show you on screen the last 2 pages of your exhibits to the last witness statement. Yeah. Just bear with us for a moment, please. It's okay, right. Now,
Mr. Carvelis, can you read the bundle reference into the transcript in case?
F3025, Your Honor.
Thank you. Just in case we look at the transcript later, it helps it make sense.
Yes, you understand. I'm just trying to, if you bear with me, I'm just trying to locate it in my own documents. Okay, I'll come to it and say, where is the hard copy? Do you have a hard copy with you? Over there? Sorry for this, Your Honor, but right, okay, never mind. I will die. Now, this is an email from 5, am I correct?
Yes.
To various recipients. I see Haris Nair. I see a lot. Right? Can you explain what this? What this is about?
This is email from the planner of 5. He issued this mainly to us, and BTS is the who's doing the swimming pools and planters. He's asking us to plan our activity, which is coming after the eaves, before removing and dismantling the scaffolding. So on that, in 20 May, what he's saying, he says scaffolding will be there, then the paint work will be there, then eaves contractor will complete the work, then we'll hand it over to BTS, then RIA has to start. If you look to the last email dismantling, if you come down to the last level, can you scroll down for the last level 59? He's saying his plan by 15 June, sorry, to finish the eaves work. And then we have to enter. Then we have to enter and apply our sealant and cover.
After 17th of June, 2019. Right.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, briefly, and that's my last question. My colleague will be pleased. No.
So at that time, if you notice, all these floors was not completed.
Yes, I think we got it.
Yeah.
I think we got that. This is what you're trying to say. Can we scroll up? This is in chronological order, right? Most probably. So you're saying that nothing was completed before 25th of May, at least of the floors shown. Am I right?
Yes, it is very obvious. Even the schedule title is Roof Garden Eaves and Plantation. By the way, this is the eaves which is inside, not the eaves on the outside of with the cradle. This is the eaves which to be worked with the scaffolding.
Okay, so you mean the eaves contractor would need the scaffolding to do the external applications?
This is the scaffolding done by, I think, the main contractor or 5 to do the internal eaves, which is in the roof garden, not in the outside of the building. Yani, I mean the access for this work by cradle, not by cradle, by scaffolding. So at that time, the eaves was not completed.
Right. And briefly, I will, Mr. Al-Mahdi, we will show you a few text messages on the screen. Again, apologies for the delay. We're a bit out of sync today, I'm afraid, Your Honor. Right, you can see the text messages. I think you were part of the group that these messages were sent to, right?
Can you give a page number,
yes,
please?
And excuse me?
Can you give a page number for the record?
F1981, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You can go up. What is the date? This is June 24, 2019. Am I right?
Yes.
And this is for level 40. Am I right?
Yes.
Now, looking at this image on the screen, is there any possible way Reem could have completed its scope of works before the date of this photograph?
No.
Why?
They have to finish the civil work and the grout on the U channel, as I explained the sequence. Then we have to apply the glass. Then they will continue the eaves outside. Then we'll apply the cover and the profile. This is the sequence agreed from October 18 and ongoing.
So on June 24, 2019, at least at level 40, which admittedly was the last two floors, how they call it, technical floors, it's not just the eaves work that were missing, even civil works were missing. Am I right?
Yes.
I'm done, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Costello, do you want to go straight in, or do you want 5 minutes to sort
A 5-minute break would, yes, please. A 5-minute break would be appreciated. Thank you.
We'll just stop for 5 minutes, but don't talk about your evidence in the meantime, Mr. Al-Mahdi.
Okay.
Just 5 minutes.
Your Honor, apologies because
Not to worry. Don't worry, we're all ready to go.
Yes.
Yes, I just wanted to mention, if I may, Your Honor, that we try to improve the lighting in Mr. Salim's, Mr. Al-Mahdi's room. I hope it's a little bit better now. We can see him a bit better.
Yeah, we can see. Yeah. Thank you very much.
I mean, if we turn the camera so that it doesn't show the whole of the corner, or with the glass door, it will be even better. But if we do, then we won't be able to show that the door and no one gets in. That's why we left it as is. Up to you and my colleague. And we could, if there's a difficulty hearing Mr. Al-Mahdi, we could give him a headset to wear. But again, it's up to you and my colleague.
As far as I'm concerned, I can see Mr. Al-Mahdi quite well, and I can hear what he says, except that, Mr. Al-Mahdi, you go very fast sometimes. So if you can try and slow down occasionally. Thank you very much. Mr. Costello, are you happy with the arrangement as it is?
Yes. Any issues, then I'll raise them. But I'm happy for the way it is at the moment.
There we are. Thank you very much. Right, your cross-examination.
Thank you very much. Mr. Al-Mahdi, I understand you have a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from the University of Jordan.
Yes, I do.
Just so I understand, is that the only qualification that you possess in terms of an educational qualification?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of your work, as in your, if you like, your employment history, I understand that you're a project manager for Reem in 2014. You told us that this morning. Can you tell us just, again, your experience generally from the moment you got your degree to current position?
Yeah, I started in UAE in 2003. I worked on the same field of facade. I was a designer on Leaders Aluminium for a couple of years, I think 3 to 4 years. Then I moved to Al Ghurair, one of the biggest firm for facade. I was senior project manager. Then I was operation manager for overseas project. I was handling a project in India, Bahrain, Qatar, Iran, etc., plus UAE projects. Then I moved for a short period, 6 months, to work in a glass line company, one company based in Abu Dhabi. Then in 2004, I joined Reem Emirates Aluminium as a projects manager.
You said 2004. I think
14.
14. Okay, just wanted to make sure I that was accurate. Okay, so you've got quite a lot of experience in aluminium and glazing. In summary, yes.
Yes.
So you have familiarity with FIDIC.
Yeah, I have general knowledge on FIDIC. Yep.
All right, we'll come on to that maybe a bit later. But for now, in terms of the projects that you have been involved in, the ones you have outlined, 5 Palm Jumeirah, JVC, Palm Tower, and MR in downtown, these are in your capacity with Reem, is that right?
Yes.
Now, the 5 Palm Jumeirah is a hotel, 5 JVC is a hotel. Is Palm Tower with Nakhil, is that a hotel?
Yeah, it is hotel and residential. It's St. Regis Hotel.
Oh, it's the St. Regis. Okay, fine. So it's both, it's mixed. MR in downtown, which property is that?
It is residential, front of Burj Khalifa.
Is that purely residential or is it mixed as well?
So far, it's purely residential.
Okay,
it's under construction. So far, it's purely residential.
And in your experience, in terms of the past experience that you have outlined, the projects that you worked in, did they involve hotels?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
The projects that you worked in as part of your employment history that you just outlined. You said you started in UAE since 2003. You worked in the field of facade. You moved to Al Ghurair. You're a senior project manager. You handled projects in India, Qatar, Iran, UAE. Okay? I'm asking about that period. The projects that you worked on, did they involve the construction of hotels?
Yeah, some of them.
Some of them, yeah. But you have familiarity with the construction of a hotel?
Yeah, during my work in Al Ghurair, I think one project was as a hotel. With the Reem, 3 projects. I think total is 4.
Okay. Now, of the 4 projects that you told us about, we know the 5 Palm Jumeirah predated the JVC project, as in it came before the JVC project.
No.
Well, okay, hold on. 5 Palm Jumeirah started before the JVC project started.
As a facade, no.
No, the project itself, the construction of the building.
I'm not aware about.
Okay,
because
fine.
we come as a facade contractor, and that we were not familiar who started first, because there's many contractor on Palm Jumeirah for the basement, and then Trojan took over from ground floor upward. So I don't know really when they started the construction.
Let me ask it a different way. Your work, when you started work on the JVC project, which was in or around either 2015, 2016, I'm just keeping it general because we'll ask questions about that later. But that's the sort of period of time for the JVC project, okay? In terms of the Palm Jumeirah project, Reem commenced works on that project before 2015. Is that right?
No.
When did it start works?
I don't remember exactly, but I joined the project in 2000, somewhere in 2016, end of 16.
Right.
No, sorry, somewhere on beginning of 17, roughly. I don't recall exactly. I think April, mid of March 17, I started. And before that, my colleague was handling the project, maybe 3 months before that. So I think the project started end of 2016, somewhere.
Okay.
As
all
a
right.
facade, as a facade,
So-
as aluminium and the glazing work.
So it comes to this, you don't know exactly when the aluminium facade work started on the 5 Palm Jumeirah.
Yeah, I don't know when they started, but I involved from March 17.
Okay. Now, interestingly, you said in your witness statement that from March 2017 to March 2018, you weren't, this is paragraph 9 of your witness statement, you said that you were not working on the JVC project.
Sorry, can you open the witness to understand what you're talking about?
Do you have the witness statement in front of you?
Yeah, which page?
Okay, so go to your first witness statement
Yeah,
and then go to page 2,
okay,
paragraph 9.
okay.
You say on the the second sentence, except for the period from mid-March 2017 to mid-March 2018, I maintained this role for the whole life of the project. That being a reference to the JVC project.
Yes,
So from mid-March 2017 to March 2018, you were not working on the JVC project.
yes, I was not involved in day-to-day activities. My colleague handled the project, Mr. Ahmed Raz, which he was sending the letters.
Yeah, but it follows, doesn't it, from what you said about the 5 Palm Jumeirah, you're saying that from March 2017 to March 2018, were you on the 5 Palm Jumeirah project?
No, wait a minute. I was talking about Palm Tower.
Yes, that's what I'm asking you about.
Not
On the
5
Palm,
Palm
hold on.
Jumeirah. Palm Tower is different than 5, to not confuse.
Let me ask the question.
Hmm.
From March 2017 to March 2018, you were not working on the JVC project.
Yes.
Okay, fine. You said earlier that around early 2017, and then you said March 2017, you were working on the 5 Palm Jumeirah project.
5 Palm Jumeirah. Sorry, here's the confusion. It is Palm Tower at Jumeirah. Palm Tower with Nakhil, not
Okay,
5.
okay, understood. I understand the confusion. It's not the 5 Palm Jumeirah project, it was a Palm Tower project.
Yeah, for that. Clear?
Understood. So, but that was for 1 year, was it?
Yeah, almost 1 year. I say roughly because I don't remember exactly. So I said from mid-March 17 to mid-March 18, I was not involved in the project for day-to-day activity. My colleague, he used to ask me about few things. I used to help them. I have few involvement, but not day-to-day activities. There is a project manager was handling the project in my during that time.
So, fine, understood. So now please just explain, when were you working on the 5 Palm Jumeirah project?
5 Palm Jumeirah project, I started in 2014, and this is the first project which I started with Reem with 5 Jumeirah, 2014, 5
Right.
Palm Jumeirah. We completed the project substantially, you can say, end of 2016 or March 17.
Okay, so 5 Palm Jumeirah, you started 2014 and you finished in around 2016, approximately.
And 2016 till let's say some snag works, etc., snagging and snagging till maybe up to March 17. Yeah.
Okay, because what I was trying to understand before, if you remember, my questions were, in terms of the commencement of the project, you started working on the 5 Palm Jumeirah project before the 5 JVC project.
Yes.
Right. So that means before you got to the 5 JVC project, you had at least by that point some familiarity with how 5 works and how China State works, correct?
Yeah.
Now, you also knew in 2014, when the project had commenced, so far as you're concerned, that it was a hotel that was being built. Yes.
Yes.
And did you know that there was an owner of that hotel?
I know that 5 hospitality will be handling, or
Yeah, but did
5 teams.
I'm asking generally. You knew that a company owned the hotel?
Not specific on a name, no.
Not specifically, but generally, you knew that there was a hotel owner. You not the identity of the hotel owner.
I know that 5 Group is the owner of the hotel. This is what I know at that time.
All right, fair enough. And China State was the main contractor,
Yes.
and there were many other contractors, and Reem was just one of many contractors on that project.
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the time, between 2015 and 2019, how many projects did Reem have?
I don't know.
In terms of Harish Nair, do you know if he was he working on the 5 JVC at the same time as you?
Yes.
Do you know if he was working with you? Sorry, if he was working on the project full time, or did he come and go on other projects?
He was working full time.
Okay. And there was another gentleman called Ahmad Daraz, Daraz. Yes.
Yes.
And what was his role on the project?
Ahmed Diraz was working with me in 5 Palm Jumeirah as a construction manager, and he moved once we complete the project of 5 at Palm. He moved with me to JVC as a construction manager. Then when got a promotion to be a project manager, I left the project and he take over the project. So his role was construction manager, then project manager later on.
So he was first the construction manager at JVC and then a project manager later on. Is that what you just said? Okay. And he was working full time on the project as well, correct?
Yes.
I forgot to ask you, but I don't think it's.
Sorry, till certain time where he moved as a project manager to Saudi Arabia, then I take back the project on March 18, sorry.
So March 2018, Ahmed Daraz went
to Saudi Arabia as a project manager, then I take over back. So there's, as I said, there's almost 1 year I was not involved where Ahmed Daraz was handling the project. Then he moved to other projects, then I take over back.
Right. But Mr. Nair, who is a project engineer, isn't he? Who was the project engineer?
He was a QC at the beginning of the project, then been changed his role to be as a project engineer.
Okay, so Mr. Nair was there full time. Mr. Daraz was there for a bit of the time, and you were there for the whole time except for the 1 year that you've outlined.
Yes.
Why is Mr. Daraz not giving evidence in this case?
Why not? He's white to have. I was involved more than Ahmed Daraz in the project.
Okay. Why do you know? Actually, I'll ask Mr. Nair himself. Thank you. 1 second then. Let me just take a note. Okay. So just dealing with the case in terms of the project, we know about the letter of intent that was signed on the 4th of July, and that was signed between the parties. In fact, do you have access to the bundle, Mr. Al-Mahdi?
No, if you can share it, please.
Just to make sure I've understood, you don't. There's no. Do you have a computer on your computer screen? You can't access the bundle, or?
No, I don't think he knows how to access the bundle.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Okay, I'll see if I can. It might be easier if I just share the screen.
I mean, we could arrange it for him, but I'm not sure he will be able to navigate through.
No, it's okay. I'll just quickly close everything properly and just right. Let me just pause the share. I'm just getting the document up, so bear with me 1 moment.
We do it for him. We help him.
Can you tell me what page the document is?
Yeah, I've just been logged out, so I need to log back in, and then I'll be able to get the bundle up. Sorry, Michael.
Would you be able to give me the page meanwhile?
I haven't got it. Actually, I think I do.
You don't write it?
No, it's I haven't and it's the letter of intent. I thought I had it to hand. Sorry, my lord, I don't have it to hand this moment, but I'll.
I'll find it, don't
I'm so sorry, I've been logged out. I have to go all the way back in from the beginning, so I'm so sorry. It's going to take a little bit of time. My lord, would you mind just if I step out, because I've written the password on a piece of paper which is in my room. It's great.
Go and get it. We'll just keep quiet.
Thank you very much.
It's F20 to F22, Your Honor.
F20.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it's F20. Let's see it now. Mr. Almaty, can you make sure that you don't have any phone on or anything? Because sometimes there's a little bit of echo. I wonder if you have a phone, will you switch it off or something? Because there's an echo sometimes. Did you hear me?
Who are you talking to?
To Mr. Almaty.
Sorry, I thought you are not talking to me. Tell me.
Sorry, I said if you have your phone on, switch it off.
Okay.
Because there's a little bit of an echo sometimes.
I will switch it off.
I think it's just the volume of his voice.
Mr. Costa, it's F20 to F22.
Thank you. I'm grateful. I'm just waiting for my bundle to load up and then I'll be able to share it. Thank you very much.
In the meantime, if you want us to upload it, this one document so that we can save a little bit of time.
It's okay. I'm about to open it now anyway, but thank you very much. I appreciate the offer. I apologize to the court, of course, for keeping you waiting. F20. Okay, it should be on screen now.
Yep.
And I'll zoom in a bit. And so this is the work order. I'm going to just ask you about a particular sentence because there's no dispute that this was issued on the 4th of July and it was signed between the parties. And on page F22, which is the final page, where the cursor is, it says program. Okay, and I'll read it out because it's difficult to read, but I think it might be easy if I read it out, and if I make any mistakes, then of course my learned friend will correct it. But it says program as per the attached construction outline program appendix number 2. Upon receiving the letter of intent, Reem is kindly requested to sign, stamp and return 1 copy to Sky Luxury Real Estate Development LLC within 2 working days, and it is required to promptly communicate and cooperate with China State Construction Engineering Corporation the main contractor, in order to make sure that the supply and installation of the aluminium and glazing works subcontract agreement will be signed within 2 weeks from the date of our official instruction to do so. Okay, that's what it says.
Yes.
Now, I don't think there's actually any evidence of any official instruction to do so, but my question is this. Did you at any point, in fact, first of all, let's take it in stages. Did you in fact sign a subcontract agreement with China State?
We did not reach an agreement with China State to sign, no.
Did you, it's right though that you attempted to reach an agreement?
We tried to reach an agreement, yes.
And is that because, what was the reason for not actually signing with China State? Was it the terms and conditions of the agreement you weren't happy with?
First of all, China State was not in a hurry to finalize the agreement. China State came very late with the document related to the contract, and even 5 did not provide China State with the scope agreed on the letter of intent. And I think I sent in my witness statement the documentation proving that this is all before the fire, and there was some terms was still negotiation going between us backward forward between us and China State, and there is a lot of correspondences. Then the fire came, which is after the fire, China State was not even interested to sign such agreement. Yeah. So before the fire, we were in negotiation stage, and we were about to close the deal with China State.
Right. Well, what I'm trying to clarify is the sticking point with China State was some of the terms and conditions, and you were trying to negotiate through them. Is that fair?
Sorry, can you repeat?
The difficulty with the negotiations with China State were around the terms and conditions of China State's proposed agreement. Is that right?
It was normal negotiation, but the issue, the document came in very late stage from 5 to China State and from China State to us. And in between, the main contractor, Mr. Aqiqi, he wrote an email. If China State is not willing to finalize the agreement, I'm ready to give you a work order. Here, the work order came in place. So at the beginning, it was China State who relaxed to provide the documentation. What they were not in a hurry. Then later on, after the work order came, China State started providing the documentation, and we start negotiating the terms and conditions with them. Okay. Then fire came without signing the agreement.
So, Mr. Al-Mahdi, let's just stick to what I'm asking, because you keep telling me about them coming back late. I'm not asking about the timing. I'm asking about why was it that what were the negotiations with China State concerning? So we're at the stage that you're negotiating with China State. They have provided some terms and conditions to you. We know that there is a fire incident in August, but as of February 2016, that sort of time, you are negotiating with China State the terms and conditions of the contract. Is that right?
We were, yes.
Okay. And the difficulty that Reem had, do you agree, was that you didn't like the terms and conditions that China State had proposed?
It's not a matter of like, it's normal, standard. It is negotiating terms and conditions in any contract.
Okay.
And both parties did not reach to agreement. It's not like or not like.
Okay, well, what I'm suggesting is this. You as Reem had a familiarity with China State from the 5 Palm Jumeirah project. Okay? Yeah. We agreed on that. You had a subcontract agreement with China State on that project. Do you agree with me?
Yeah.
You knew the terms and conditions that China State had agreed with you on that project. Correct?
Yeah, in general, yes.
Yeah. No, I suggest you knew them well. Do you agree?
Because it's not my role as a contract manager to review the contract. So I know in general there's a contract team who's reviewing the contracts.
Fair enough. But what we're talking about Reem as the company.
Yeah.
And obviously you can only give evidence of what you're aware of, which is fair. But when it came to the negotiations with China State on the 5 JVC project, Reem felt that it didn't have good terms and conditions on the 5 Palm Jumeirah project and wanted to change these terms and conditions for the JVC project. Is that right?
Because it, as I recall, it was not the same terms and condition on Palm Jumeirah. And if I'm not mistaken, there is one clause for set-off called set-off. That was not in line with Viceroy Palm Jumeirah, and our contract team was insisting to be same as Palm Jumeirah. So here, this is the last clause which we were negotiating before the fire with China State, and Reem requested to be same as Palm 5 Jumeirah.
Okay, all right. We know that eventually the fire incident occurred in August, so there was no subcontract agreement signed by then anyway. The only subcontract agreement signed in this case is the one with 5, correct?
We have work order at that time with 5, and later on, yeah, only subcontract agreement signed with 5.
Okay, right. Now, the works, when they commenced, I just want to deal with that before we deal with the fire. We had the letter of intent, we've just looked at that in 2015. There was a work order issued, wasn't there, in, I think it was 2016, unless I'm mistaken. Yes? There was a work order issued, wasn't there, in 2016?
Yes.
Yeah. The exact date is the 19th of April 2016, my lord. It's F23 to F24. Now, what I'm asking you is this: when the letter of intent was provided to Reem, and before the work order was issued to Reem, okay, so between July 2015 and before April 2016, it's right, isn't it, that Reem began some of the design works?
Yeah.
Okay.
Engineering works, yeah.
The engineering works. So, but in terms of the actual physical works, they didn't begin until after the work order was issued.
Yes, except maybe very limited area for the mock-up, etc. Very limited work.
Right. Fine. So by the time it came to the fire incident of 2016, not much had commenced in terms of the physical works.
Sorry, again, can you repeat?
By the time we get to the fire incident of 2016, not much works had been commenced by Reem. Is that right?
No, it's not right. At that time, there was many progress from level 6 to level 15. Carton wall and glass and bottom of balustrade, bottom channel of the balustrade. There is good work for, let's say we started somewhere on, I think a couple of months or 3 months before the fire, but there is good progress. It was on site from level 6 to level 15.
Okay, all right. Well, it may not matter too much in the context of the case anyway, but so let's move on to the fire incident. Now, it's right to say the fire incident came as a shock basically to everyone, yes?
Yes.
And I think you say in your witness statement you've never experienced anything like this before.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you first went to the site, do you remember the exact date?
I remember, is it 23rd and 24th of September, something like that. This is the first access given to us to evaluate the damages.
Okay.
In September 2016.
I think that there's a photo, isn't there, of the fire in the bundle. I don't need to take you to it because all it shows is a building on fire. But did you take the photo?
I don't recall this who take the photo.
Okay.
Not me. I don't know who took it.
But you weren't, so the first time you actually, I just wanted to understand when was the first time you went on the site, not the works, forget the access date, the first time you actually went on the site physically after the fire incident.
As I said, 23rd September, I do believe this is the first time we enter the site.
Understood. So before then, you had not seen, obviously you didn't see the fire itself and you didn't see the immediate aftermath of the fire.
I saw the fire. I was on the project when the fire started. I was on the project, on site.
Right. So you were at the site when the fire commenced?
Yes.
Was it, the fire, was it, do you know exactly which floors it affected?
Exactly, no, but it is in the upper floors. I think they were casting the core wall of level 21, something like that, 2021. So the fire started from the top, actually, and catch with the net around that floors.
Yeah. So it was the upper floors that were affected. Levels, you think maybe levels 2021 and
Yeah.
upwards.
Yes, then after when the fire catch with the upper fall down to level 6. Level 6 is a big podium. There is a lot of MEP pipes and tools. Then the fire catch on level 6. That's make it worse actually.
Right. I don't think there's any dispute at all that there were damaged materials. That's not an issue. But the one thing I just want to understand is before the fire incident itself on the 6th of August 2016, is it right that the engineering and procuring materials, the drawings, which were all part of the works, they had already been concluded prior to the fireworks, the fire incident?
You mean all or partially?
No, I'm asking you for all. You explain your answer.
No, if you mean the engineering was concluded completely for the project, no.
Okay.
If this is your question.
Okay. Were the engineering and materials and the shop drawings, they were being designed off-site, so as in away from the 5JVC site, is that right?
You mean RIA design team? Yes, they are off-site.
They're off-site, okay. So when it comes to considering the fire incident and the impact, it's right to say that the fire impact doesn't stop the design team from continuing with their works, correct?
Yes.
Now, just moving through my questions, one moment. Yes, there was a meeting held, wasn't there, on the 7th of August 2016. Are you aware of that meeting?
7 August, which is after the fire. I do remember I attended a lot of meetings after the fire. Maybe that one of them.
Okay. I'm not sure if you were present or not at this meeting. So what I will do is I'll see if I can just share the screen just so you know what I'm looking at. My lord, I'll give you the page reference. It's page E for Echo 1802.
Just let me open it.
No, don't worry. I'm going to put it on screen.
Yes, please.
Okay. You can see it says Dubai Site Operations Department, ATK Engineering, Viceroy Dubai JVC. We're dealing with the same building. When we say Viceroy, we mean 5, don't we? Yep. You agree? Yeah. So this is the minutes of meeting, and it says fire accident 6th of August. It's faint, but you can just about tell it says the meeting date of the 7th of August 2016. Yes?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I was part of it, but let's say I'm sure 1 week after I was part of the meeting. Here, I don't remember exactly if I was part of this meeting or not. But
Okay.
give me the question. I seen this document before.
You've seen the document, fair enough. Do you remember when was the first time you saw this document?
No, I don't remember.
Do you remember if it was in 2016 or if it was part of this case or 20, do you remember the year?
Usually, the engineer sending us like 1 week after the meeting. So most likely in 2016, most likely.
Okay. So around the same time, yeah. Now, you would then see that items 9 and 10, which are on page E1804, it says that the contractor, and this is a reference to China State, because we can see here it says CSCEC.
Yeah.
Which is China State. The contract advised that civil defense will make full coverage on site. There will be a police investigation. There'll be insurance reporting. And it says estimated time is 1 week to cover the above, so that by next week we may be able to have access to the site. Okay, do you see that?
Yeah. Yes, yes.
So as of the 7th of August, roughly, they thought at that time it might take a week before access would first be given back to the site. Okay?
Yes.
Item 11, which is on page E1805. It says the client inquired about the expected time frame, that I think that's a reference to 5, to get back for the project's initial state. It says here the contractor advised that the time is hard to be decided, but tentatively estimated to be about 6 months. Yes?
Yeah. Yes, this is what written, yeah.
So at that time, and when you were informed of the contents of the minutes of the meeting, do you agree that as far as you were aware, the project wouldn't recommence until approximately 6 months' time in terms of the works that were damaged by the fire?
This is not the paragraph what it means, as you said now. The paragraph means the project will go to reach to its place status before the fire after 6 months. Doesn't mean the work will be stopped for 6 months. You misunderstand the point, huh?
No, I'm afraid, sorry, Mr. Ahmed, I think you misunderstood the question. I said, no, wait, hold on.
Please continue.
Let me just ask the question, because I think you did misunderstand my question. What I said is, at the time, do you agree that as you understood it, that the project would not, in terms of the works, they would not recommence on the affected floors until after 6 months?
No, this is not my understanding to this paragraph, and I don't know if this is your understanding. It's not.
Well, let me put it another way. The unaffected floors, which are floors, say, 20 and below, roughly, you could work on those floors, yes?
The affected floors, we could work, see, there's floors completely damaged, which the slab been completely removed, like level 6, and definitely we cannot work on these floors at all. And level 20, as example, we don't have work at level 20 at that time, but there's a floors which is partially affected, and the main contractor will rectify the concrete, will not demolish the concrete. That work also can be progressed. And there's a floors not affected at all, like when you talk about level 14, 15, these floors not affected at all. So the work can start, and we started even if you don't. It's in my witness statement somewhere in December 17, I think. It's December 16, sorry. December 16, we started, end of December 16, somewhere on that. We can refer to the document to get the exact date.
Okay. There were floors that were affected by the fire, and there were floors unaffected by the fire. Let's keep it simple. Yes? The ones that were not affected by the fire, Reem could carry on works in relation to those floors if possible.
If possible, yeah.
And it's the affected floors, the ones that the fire damaged, that Reem couldn't commence works to, correct?
Yes.
And that couldn't be done until after China State repaired the damage, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
And what I'm suggesting is at that time, just so the suggestion is clear, at the time in August, it was estimated that would take 6 months for China State to complete its repairs to the affected floors.
This is not exactly the meaning. The meaning to reach to the point before the fire. You understand what this means? The project status, let's say the progress at that time in the project was 45%. Let's say as example. So this paragraph means the project will resume to 45%, will come back to 45% as a percentage of completion after 6 months. This is the meaning of it.
Okay. Now, do you know exactly when China State commenced its repairs?
No, I don't recall.
Roughly? As in, I don't want a date. A month would be okay.
No, I don't think a month. I think there were some equipment and tables was required. Maybe November, December, this started, something like that.
Yeah. When I said a month, as in, you don't need to tell me the exact date.
I'm not sure exactly, maybe November, December, something like that. It is available in one of the minutes of meeting, but I don't recall. If you have the bundle in front of you and you scroll down in the minutes of meeting attached with Mr. Nabil Aqiqi, if even you can find it.
Okay. So just using your recollection at the moment, you think it was November, December 2016, just to be clear on the year?
Yeah. Or beginning of 17 and something like that, yeah.
Okay. But it's right to say that access to the lower unaffected floors was given, correct?
Yes, before, I don't remember in December, yep.
Okay. So by December, in your paragraph 13D of your second witness statement, so your reply, that's your reply witness statement.
You will put it on the screen, or shall I?
No, let me actually remove the screen share, but if you've got the witness statement to hand, that would be very helpful.
Paragraph number?
13D, it's page 6.
Yeah.
And just the context is that you are talking about physical works resuming on site from the 1st of December. This is the context of these paragraphs.
Yeah.
Okay. And you say here by 5th of December 2016, works were well underway across the site. An email was sent from Ismail of China State to 5, advising as follows, and you've listed everything that was outlined there.
Yeah.
And you say that Reem had started materials arrangement, and you mentioned level 12. This is item number 2.
Yeah.
Sorry, I said you. I mean China State. And then there's also mention for scaffolding to also commence at level 12, correct?
Yes.
So certainly in terms of the access to level 12, Reem had access at that point. Do you agree?
We had partial access. I remember we replied this. The access was not given and the scaffolding was not approved, but we had partial access, yes.
All right. I think you submitted, there's no dispute there was an extension of time, interim extension of time claim. Yes?
Yes.
And that should be, I'll see if I can get it up on screen for you. I'll give a page reference in one moment.
While my colleague is looking for the document, Your Honor, I see, I don't want to interrupt my colleague, but I see a break right about now for 5 minutes earlier. But if he would like to go on, I'm happy.
I'll finish
I
this
just
topic.
might be excused for 2 minutes.
If the court is amenable, I'll finish this topic and then we can we'll have a break if that's okay.
How long will this topic take?
It shouldn't take more than maybe 5-10 minutes maximum, but it shouldn't take long. There are only a couple of documents to look at.
Is that right, Mr. Carvelis?
We'll make it right.
Yeah, I'm sure my learned friend can make it work. Looking at as I was saying, there was an interim extension of time claim, and I'll put it on screen. We'll deal with the extension of time in more detail in course. My lord, this is page G108.
Yeah.
And we can see here the second bullet point. On 23rd of November 2016 and through minutes of meeting 104, China State demonstrated that Finish's subcontractor shall have site access by 27th November 2016 from basement to third level, also from level 8 to level 13 on December 3rd, 2016. Yes? Do you see that, Mr. Al-Mahdi?
Yeah.
Does that mean that Reem had access to up to level 13 in the way that it's been described?
No. No. Can you go to this AOT? What's the date of this AOT when we submitted?
In fact, I'll give you the date because I think it's agreed between the parties. If I can find it. Okay, I can't find it to hand, but I'll show you here. This is the cover date, 26th of October 2017, G88.
Okay.
And the I think it was signed by Ahmed Draz. He was the individual that we were talking about earlier.
Yes.
So I appreciate this isn't your document, but it's Reem's document. And the page reference, I'll go back to the page that we just looked at now. Okay, so the question was, by 3rd of December, access was given from levels 8 to 13 to Reem. Is that right?
It's written here, November 23 through minutes of meeting. He's referring to the minutes of meeting and writing exactly what's mentioned in the minutes of meeting. So this is my understanding to this paragraph.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, do you accept or do you not accept?
The actual access to start installation, as I said, given on September.
Okay.
Sorry, December. Sorry, December.
Okay, fine. Do you accept that levels 14 and upwards had to await the concrete repairs to be completed?
I did not get your question. Can you repeat it, please?
Do you accept that from levels 14 and upwards that all contractors had to wait for the concrete repairs to be completed?
From 14 and above?
Yeah.
I think it was from, okay, I don't recall exactly, but in upper floors, maybe 16 and above.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was a notice of, there was a no objection certificate, wasn't there? Issued on the 2nd of February 2017. My lord, I'll give you a page reference in just a moment. It's at Exhibit NA7, E452. So, Mr. Al-Mahdi, are you familiar with this no objection certificate?
I don't recall it, but it's fine. What's your question on that?
So it was to note this no objection certificate. What it meant is that as of the 2nd of February 2017, the repair works had been completed to the building.
Okay.
Do you agree or disagree with that?
This is the document. Yeah, I agree with this document.
So which part of the document?
I do remember, like, this is the repair, right?
Yes.
I do remember level 6 completed in very late stage. I don't remember it's done, but what they call it as a repair or considered as a rebuild, I don't know. I think level 6 built later as a slab, but as a repair may be done in this period.
Okay. I think that might be a convenient moment because I'm going to go in a bit more detail to other documents. So I think that might be the best time to stop.
Right. Should we stop here then? And would 10 minutes be enough?
Fine by me.
Just,
Yes,
right, 10, we'll have a 10-minute break. Well, we'll make it 9:45, 9:55 UK time, 12:55 UAE time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, hello. Are we all ready?
Yes.
I believe we are, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Koshdell.
Yes. So I'm just going to just adjust the camera slightly. So. Yeah. Okay. So, Mr. Al-Mahdi, just before the break, I was asking you questions on the works and the no objection certificate, but there's just one matter I want to ask you about as well, just before we move on to another document. I want to take you to go back to the point about August 2016 and just remind us how much works did you complete, was completed by the time of the fire incident?
As I said, we had the progress from level 6 to level 15.
Mm-hmm. So, in terms of how much works, was it a little bit of works, a good amount of works? What would you say?
It's a good amount for the fronts opened at that time. It is a short period, I think, for a couple of months. It's a good work.
Are you familiar with Mr. Spawley's expert report? The delay expert report for Reem?
The delay?
Expert's report for Reem.
I went through very quickly. No, I'm not familiar with it.
Okay, I can show it to you because there's one paragraph in particular I want to ask you about. It's about the facts. And I'll get it up on screen.
Again, for the transcript,
Will do.
Make there's a page reference.
Of course, we'll do. That page. Just waiting for it to load. G1695. Can you see paragraph 85?
Okay.
You can see it?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. And it says the total number of activities in the respondents' revised baseline program is 7,236. The date of the program is 4th of December 2016. So this is some months after the fire incident. And the project completion date is the 24th of October 2018. This is the reference to the addendum number 1 revision date. Okay. It says paragraph 86, the status of the respondents' revised baseline activities, completed activities 118. So as of 4th of December 2016, only 118 out of 7,236 activities were completed.
Yeah.
We can do the maths, but that amounts to 1.63%, 1.63% of the total works. Okay?
Okay.
That's in December 2016. By August of 2016, before the fire incident, it would have been much less than that, wouldn't it?
I'm not getting your point or question exactly. Tell me.
You're saying, I'm suggesting that hardly any works were done by the time of the fire incident. I'm showing you some figures that by 4th of December 2016, 118 activities were completed by Reem out of 7,236. Okay?
Okay.
I'm suggesting to you that Reem, in fact, because this is dated 4th of December 2016, when it came by the time of the fire incident, not much works had been done at all.
See, the open front at that time before the fire, it was up to level 18. So we are talking about from level 6 to 18. This is the only front where Reem can work. I'm talking about based on the front. Even the main contractor was not completed the 60 flooring. So the activities which is done at that time based on the open front, it is good for me if we will progress from 6 to 15. Like 2 floors were no progress on it.
Okay.
And you cannot measure the progress from number of activities, right? There's a progress report, which I think we were submitting daily reports to the main contractor showing the progress. You can refer to that, not from number of activities to calculate the progress, right?
Okay, let's have a look at LS24, which my lord, I can give you a page number, but it's not going to be of assistance. It's on the screen just so I can show you. It's G2952, and you have to click on a link to then download the actual spreadsheet, which I've already done. So sorry.
If I can just explain the need to read out page numbers is simply that if someone is reading a transcript, it makes no sense at all to them unless there is some reference document.
Understood. No, I appreciate that. What I was trying to just explain, that this particular document, it's got a page reference. It's got a page reference, but you need to click on the link, and then it opens up an Excel spreadsheet, this one,
yep.
And
I
there are no
that.
page numbers. Yeah, but just to make that clear. So, Mr. Al-Mahdi, this is the work inspection request log. Okay? And this is Reem's. Yes?
This is our log, yeah.
Yeah, this is your log. Are you familiar with this document?
This is prepared by our QC. Yeah, I used to review it from time to time. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. We'll go through it slowly enough because I don't want to be unfair to you. I've arranged this. I'm just showing you on screen what I've done. I've selected the oldest date. Can you see that? I've selected the oldest date for the submittal date. And this is the 17th of December, 2016. So that's the oldest submittal date that we have. With me so far? Agree?
Okay.
Okay. And we've got floors 10, 11, 12. And we've got the description is fire damaged material inspection. Okay. So that takes place from 17th of December and it continues through until the 25th of December, 2016. So certainly in terms of the work inspection logs, dealing with floors 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, there were fire damaged material inspection.
Yeah.
And were those I think you said earlier that you investigated the materials that were damaged. Is this what you were discussing?
See, before we remove the material, which we then to enter to abortive work, we had a meeting with the consultant and the client. We said, guys, we need to record what material being fixed and damaged with the engineer rather than the insurer. So they suggest to issue an inspection for the damages. So the engineer himself will confirm, yes, this is damaged material, record. Then we will dismantle. So the purpose of this document to the engineer to record the damage and acknowledge the damage.
Right.
And if you notice this, the status D is for info only, it's not for approval, not for anything.
Yes, that's all understood. And my question was, is this the inspection of the site to record the materials that were damaged? That was all I was trying to do.
The inspection of the engineer, yeah, to the engineer to acknowledge the damaged material, yes.
Okay. Do you? If I need to show you, then I'll show it to you. But do you remember that there was a claim for the damaged materials on the 20th of October 2016?
Yes.
So I'm just trying to understand what's happened here, because we've got the claims that were made for the damaged materials on the 20th of October 2016, but then we've got the work inspection log saying December 2016 for some damaged material. Just please explain what was happening.
I just explained, I'll repeat again. On September, we had access to check the damaged material, and we have a team from QC and safety and a few laborers and storekeepers and the engineer, which is Harish, to review each and every floor except the floor which is we were not allowed to enter, like level 6, and we came with the report for damaged material. And if you can share the report, I can elaborate more about this report. This report supported with all documents, photos, reference to the BOQ item, exact number of elements, etc. It's a very detailed report with evidence of photo. And this report been given to China State to submit it to the insurers. After some time, the client and China State asked us to remove the damaged material, which is not going to be used anymore in the project. So we said, guys, we need to record that this material is there, and we need the engineer acknowledgement, this material being installed to record our abortive work. So this is the purpose of this document, that the engineer acknowledge this damaged material rather than the insurer and etc. So that's the purpose. And this, I think, suggested by the engineer to have the inspection work order as a form to acknowledge the damaged material.
All right. Just bear with me one moment. Yeah. So you said you wanted to look at a document. In fact, I'll take you to it now. It's at page E830. I'll put it on the screen. Okay, so on the screen you should see a letter dated 20th of October 2016.
Yes.
This is from Reem. Yes?
Yes.
It doesn't actually say to whom it's addressed to.
We send it to the main contractor. I think we should have the stamp received from main contractor, but at that time, maybe they use it for the insurer. So we add it to whomever. They can use it to the insurance company.
Okay, and then we've got the various breakdown, and ultimately 1.079 million was the materials damaged.
Yeah, and there's more attachment, breakdown, and photos, etc. There's so many details on that. Yeah.
Well, there's this. This is, we can't read it, but it's a bit difficult to read. But this is the breakdown I think you're talking about, right?
And there is many. Yeah.
Well, that's it.
There is, see, I do remember it's like there's some area we need to clean. There's some area need to be removed. So we mention dismantling cost, and we mention the material cost, where the material involved. So that is the detail, the breakdown. We refer to the BOQ item, and we mention this item will be rectified as is, or to be dismantled, and another material to be reduced. This is the more detail we give on that Excel sheet.
All right, let's go back to the work inspection log, which I put on the screen.
Yep.
Now we can see more after the fire damage inspection. We've got an EPDM installation for polyurea test. That's at the end of December, and then we've got from January, and we can see that this is floor 11, and there are works being done by Reem. We can see that these are all approved as noted because of the reference to B. So these are all approved works. And we can scroll through, we go to February, we're still on levels 11, 10, 9, 12, 11, 10, 8, 12, 13. 13 is the highest so far. 14, we get to around July 2017. Okay? Yes? Follow me so far?
Yeah.
Okay. So before the 17th of July 2017, there was no work inspection request log submitted for up until for floor. Sorry, let me start again. In respect of the work inspection request logs, floor 14 makes its first appearance as a work inspection request on the 17th of July 2017. Do you agree?
I don't recall, but if the document says that, then it's true.
Okay, I'll be corrected if I'm wrong. And then we've got floor 15 on the 31st of July 2017. We can see that here.
Okay.
Okay. And then we've got floor, the next highest floor would then come. We've got floor 20 here on the 12th of November 2017. Do you see that?
Okay.
So in terms of floor 20, the first time a work inspection request log was submitted for that floor was the 12th of November 2017.
I don't know if it's the first or not, but see, you have to differentiate between work inspection log and the progress on site. This doesn't reflect the progress. This sheet is, there's a whole point as per the approved ITP with the engineer. Like, let's say, as example, we fix the frame and the glass. Once the frame completely installed and the glass completely installed, we have an inspection. So we raise the inspection to the engineer to acknowledge. Then after that, there is some activity called finishing. Once this completed 100% the finishing, we issue inspection. But maybe the frame installed much earlier, and there was a small portion on that room was not installed for any reason, either because of others or the Reem or whatever. Then the inspection will not released if the room is not finished 100%. But the progress may be 90% completed. So this sheet does not reflect progress. If you are trying to prove this sheet is reflecting progress, no, it is not. There is a weekly and daily report and updated program used to submit to the main contractor and the engineer was reflecting the progress. So this sheet is nothing to do with the progress.
Okay, I'll break that down in a minute. But floor 20, just so we understand, it was approved on the 13th of November 2017. The works, yes? I don't think you dispute that.
Yeah, the inspection approved on that date.
Yeah, exactly. Now, earlier we were discussing about the affected floors and the unaffected floors, and I think you said maybe floor 20 was one of the affected floors, 20 and above.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if later maybe you may have possibly accepted it could have been a bit lower than 20 as well. Do you accept that?
Yeah, I think 19, 20 is affected.
Okay. Do you think 14 was one of the affected floors?
I don't think is affected floors, but maybe if there's back propping or something was prevented, it's not affected, but I don't know if we had access at that time to work on level 14 or not. I don't recall if we had access or not, but it's not affected. Level 14 was not affected as I remember.
Well, what it comes to is this. Mr. Akiki has said, as you know, in his witness statement, that there were around 11 months of delays before the works could recommence. And what I'm suggesting to you is that reference to 11 months is to the affected floors. So putting it another way to make it easier to understand, do you agree that the works to the affected floors could not recommence until approximately 11 months after the fire incident?
I don't remember exactly the duration, but yes, there is a certain duration which the affected floors, nobody can commence on it, yeah.
Okay. But do you, looking at the material that's available to us, do you agree that that could have been probably around 11 months?
I don't remember, to be honest with you. No, I don't remember. Based on this material, let me think slightly if it's talking about the fire in August.
I didn't understand anything you just said. Sorry. I think.
No, I don't recall it's 11 months or not. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Could be. Could.
Okay. I'm going to take you to another document. It's. I'll read the page out in a moment. This is a minutes of meeting from the 3rd of May 2017. It starts at page E418 of the bundle.
Yeah.
Item 9, you are aware of this because I think you've responded to this in your reply witness statement. But in this document, at item 9,
Okay.
it says here, it's a little bit difficult to read, but again, I'll be correct if I'm wrong. It says estimated structural delays are about 11 months.
Yeah.
And that's a reference to China State, I think.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. As in the structure of the building, which China State had to repair.
Yes.
Okay. And then we've got item 12, where China State confirmed the completion of the repair of level 20. That was in the minutes of meeting of the 3rd of May 2017. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that.
Okay, that's item 12. Again, that's at page E420. Sorry, my lord, I forgot to read out the page reference. Item 20 of the minutes of meeting at page E421. It says it was confirmed that Reem delays to be caught within a week, and that was directed to China State and Reem. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that. And I think I sent a reply to this one. There's a delay by Reem, but it's delay because of the eaves. And the engineer, he admitted that. I replied this point.
Okay.
In my witness statement too, I address this point exactly.
Who's Yusuf Ahmed, by the way?
Yusuf is 5 engineer.
Okay. And Andy Hasnain?
Andy is the director. Andy and Hassanin is the China State. So Yusuf Ahmed could be the sorry.
He's
There's
actually
two
from
Yusuf.
Reem, isn't he?
No. Yusuf is the technical of China State. Andy is the director. Hassanin is the project manager.
Of?
So of China State. None of these names is Reem.
Okay, because the way it looks here is, you can correct me if I'm wrong. It says China State, Reem, and then it says Andy Hasnain, Yusuf Ahmed. Is that not
Yes,
Yusuf Ahmed
because
from
the
Reem?
action, because the action to be taken initially by China State, then Reem can cover. Andy and Hassanin and Yusuf, this Yusuf and Ahmed or Yusuf Ahmed, I don't recall. Ahmed is a Reem. If it's mentioned Ahmed is a Reem. The above 1, 2, 3.
Sorry, I just want to clarify. Ahmed is Reem. Do you mean Yusuf Ahmed is Reem?
No. Yusuf, China State.
Okay.
Hassanin, China State.
Oh, I
Andy,
see.
China State.
I see what you're saying. You mean Ahmed, is that Ahmed Daraz?
Yeah, could be Ahmed Raz, yeah.
Okay.
Then Ahmed Daraz wrote an email to for this minutes of meeting to the engineer and said this delays by the eaves, and the engineer replied, yes, noted. This is what I mentioned in my second witness statement.
Okay, just hold on. So we've got here, this is the attendance sheet for a meeting on the 14th of June 2017.
Yeah.
And we've got here number 28, Ahmed from Reem, Senior Project Manager.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, E427, my lord. Okay, so that's Ahmed. Is that Ahmed Daraz or is that a different Ahmed?
Yeah, it is Ahmed Daraz.
Okay, so where it said Ahmed in the other minutes of meeting we just looked at, that must have been a reference to Ahmed Daraz then, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Understood. Now, there's another minutes of meeting. This is on page E423. This is dated the 14th of June 2017. And at item 7, it says China State confirmed the completion of repair of level 20. Page E424. Okay? Do you see that?
Okay. Which point exactly?
Point 7, item
7.
7, and then the first sentence, China State confirmed the completion of repair of level 20.
In 23rd July, still they are planning, right?
This is the minutes of meeting dated the 14th of June 2017.
Yeah, but China State confirmed that completion of the repair of level 20 by 23rd June 2017. You can see
Yeah, fine.
that
But
this projection is not a confirming actual. This is planned.
right. Okay. I'm not entirely sure it says that, but fine, it may be a matter of interpretation. But one way or the other, certainly at some point around this time, whether it's July or June, level 20 was repaired.
Yeah, could be, yeah.
Okay. Item 12, we've got Reem, says Reem to submit recovery plan encountered for 9 days. Yes?
Yeah, if you notice, the action is not by Reem and China State because we said this is delayed because of the EAFs.
Yeah.
We replied to this one,
Yeah. What it amounts to is this. Reem says it was in delay, but it wasn't its fault. 5 says Reem was in delay and it was its fault. That's what all of this amounts to. Yes?
No, because if you go to witness statement number 2, I share the email which is Ahmed sent it to the engineer, where he asked him to re-amend this clause and write 9 days because of the EAFs, and the engineer said yes, I will.
No. The engineer said that he would note your point, but didn't accept that that was true.
This is your understanding, and I have my understanding is different. It depends on your understanding. And the action is clear here. China State RIA, right?
Look at your witness statement, paragraph 14.
My first.
Second witness statement for Mr. Al Mahdi.
Yeah.
Paragraph 14.
Yep.
14B is the email you're referring to about regarding number 12, where you mentioned Reem to submit recovery plan for 9 days. Please mention Reem highlight the reason of delay is absence of clearance. Yes?
Yes.
I mean, it doesn't say EAFs, but fair enough, it says clearance.
Yep.
And the reply is noted to be mentioned in next MOM. But that's just noting your point. It's not an acceptance. Surely you can agree with that.
I understand it is acceptance. You understand that it is noted. It's fine. Doesn't matter.
Okay. All right. There was a period where the works were suspended. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, there is a short period which I can estimate it around 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
Roughly, yeah.
And do you agree that the drawings that the works on all commented drawings during the suspension period were still continued?
As engineering, you mean? The engineering was not stopped from our side, but the engineer was busy to review other documents, so he was not replying properly. But the engineering not stopped. I'm talking about the work installation suspended during that period, not the engineering.
Understood. But I just wanted to make sure we've got it straight.
Yeah.
Some shop drawings were submitted during the suspension period. Is that right?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Okay. And Reem didn't freeze the deliveries of materials, correct?
To the site, you mean? I think at that time it's freezed because the site cannot accept material.
Okay, I'll just ask you to look at this document, and I'll just ask for you to explain it. I'll tell you the page number. Just waiting for it to come up. It's the EOT1 we've already referred to.
Yeah.
And I'll give the page number and paragraph number in 1 minute. I just need to scroll to page 26. So this is page 26 of the EOT1, and it's for the bundle, it's G113. And there's a heading called numbered 7.5, mitigation efforts by aluminium and glazing subcontractor, and that's obviously a reference to Reem. Yes?
Yeah.
Now, what I read out to you, what I was asking you about was based on the sentence here, beginning with also, where the mouse is. Where, can you see that? Also?
Yeah.
So Reem worked on all commented drawings during the suspension period, submitted some shop drawings, for example, ground floor. Yes?
Yeah.
Reem released some fabrication work releases for curtain wall brackets and frames. And it's worth noted, Reem didn't freeze deliveries of materials which were ordered prior to the fire incident and stored the same in the factory once they were delivered. Just explain what that means.
See, the definition of he's talking about an area without affected floors. The ground floor was instructed by the client, and the basement, if you remember, and everybody to proceed on these not affected floors. Here, basically, he's talking about the material delivered to these not affected floors.
Okay.
Continue.
Okay. Now, the EOT claim sought an extension of time until March 2019. Yes?
Sorry, can you repeat? Sorry.
The EOT claim wanted, what Reem wanted was an extension of time until March of 2019.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just so I've understood it, this was the only EOT claim submitted during the lifetime of the project, correct?
This is, sorry?
The only EOT claim, extension of time claim submitted during the lifetime of the project.
I think there is 2 AOT, and this is the first one, and this is the main one.
Which is why I framed my question the way I did. The second one is dated December 2020, isn't it?
I don't recall the date. If you can show it to me, please.
Well, let's deal with that now then. Just bear with me. I'll need to get the document up and then I'll show it to you. So I've got a reference to it. I just need to get it from my notes. I was going to deal with it later, but now that you, I'll deal with it now. Do you mind if I come back to this in a moment? Because I'll need to find a reference. And I don't want to waste time. Hashim, could you just find me the page? I'll just get my colleague to find the page reference. We'll come back to this. Okay, so let's just deal with the subcontract agreement. So after the fire incident, how many times do you think you negotiated with Five over the subcontract agreement? Were there many conversations? Were there many conversations? Were there many emails? Do you know how many times?
Many. I don't remember how many times, but many.
Okay. And were they verbal? Were they written?
Both verbal and written.
And before the first...
Costello, I can't see you.
Oh, sorry.
Could you move?
Can you not see me now?
I can see half of you.
Oh, I think it's just the way it's...
It's useful. It's easier to concentrate.
Let me just switch off the camera and switch it on again.
Your Honor, we can see Mr. Costello fine. Not sure what is...
It's on the screen now. On this screen, it's telling half.
Ah, really? Okay.
It's to do with its team. Sometimes it just shows half for some reason.
Okay, that's fine now.
Is that better? Okay. So you confirmed that there were verbal communications as well as written communications between Five and Reem, negotiating the terms of the subcontract agreement, correct? Now, before September of 2017, which is when the first draft of the subcontract agreement was sent to Reem from Five, before that date, do you recall speaking with Mr. Akiki or anyone from Five about the terms of the subcontract agreement?
I don't recall.
Okay. It may have been one of your colleagues.
Most
maybe-
likely, yeah.
Okay.
If
Yeah,
you
no, I
remember, I
appreciate-
said
Yeah.
there's 1 year I was
I know.
not there, so
I understand that, but you may be aware of conversations, so that's why I still ask it. But are you aware at all whether any of your colleagues said to Mr. Akiki or anyone from Five that they would like for Five Real Estate Development to try and help them in terms of the agreement with the subcontract agreement?
I did not get your question exactly. Can you
Let me
clarify?
put it another way. Reem was quite keen, weren't they, to sign a subcontract agreement with Five? Do you agree?
Reem keen to sign subcontract agreement with Five. This is what you are saying?
Yes.
We are neutral about it, I think. No, because we have a work order, right? So we're performing based on the work order. But at certain point of time, Five, they said no payment till you sign the contract. So we had pressure from Five to sign the contract.
Okay. Well, we've got the works recommencing in December 2016. You go off in March of 2017. But from Reem's perspective, they were saying they're not in delay. Others were in delay. And I think you were also, Reem were also blaming the China state as well. Is that right?
Yes, yeah. China state revised program is very clear. There is a delay from China state for almost 1 year. The revised program.
And in the background of all this, of course, China state's terms were not negotiated yet with Reem, correct?
Negotiated what?
The China state terms and conditions for a contract had not been concluded with Reem, correct?
After the fire, you mean?
At any point, Mr. Ahmadi.
At any point was not concluded. I said this one before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we get the addendum number 1. I don't know if you need to look at it, but that revised the completion date to the 25th of October 2018. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with that.
And do you agree that that agreement also novated all subcontracts to Five?
Yes, I agree.
And those subcontracts were those signed between the main contractor, China State, and other subcontractors, correct?
Sorry, repeat last question.
The subcontracts that were novated were the subcontracts signed between the main contractor, China State, and the other subcontractors, correct?
Yes.
But of course, that didn't include Reem because there wasn't a subcontract with China State. Yes?
Including Reem, even though there was no subcontract agreed, signed with them, but we were the subcontractor in the project.
Okay, I'm not going to dwell on that too much, but that was also one of the prompts, wasn't it, for a subcontract agreement to be signed with Five, correct? The addendum number 1.
Repeat your question. I'm not
Addendum
getting
number 1. Addendum number 1 was a prompt, as in it was one of the reasons why Five and Reem wanted to enter into the subcontract agreement, correct?
Yes. Yes.
One of the other reasons, surely, I invite you to accept, is Reem was quite happy to sign with Five because it was already not happy with China State.
No. It doesn't. It's professional. It's not happy or not happy. After the fire, it's become very complicated to sign with China State because there is something between China State and Five being agreed. Five agreed to waive the liability of China State, and China State paid some amount to Five, which is clause 4 and 5 in the addendum agreement. This conflict with our claim of prolongation and fire. So for that reason, China State will not be interested to sign an agreement. Even I do remember Mr. Aqiqi tried to make a tri-party agreement between Five, Reem, and China State. I said no problem, but China State did not agree to sign this tri-party agreement because we always maintain our rights for the prolongation and fire claim, which always China State says, I waive some of these rights. Five waive some of these rights because we give them 7% from the supervision. This is always, I get it verbally and many times from China State. So they are not interested. Even the same being confirmed by Mr. Nabil Aqiqi, if I'm not mistaken, on the WhatsApp message to our GM. Okay. China State will never sign such agreement, right?
Okay, Mr. Al-Mahdi, after the fire incident, before the signing of the subcontract agreement in June 2018, okay, we're looking at a 2-year period. How many times did Reem reduce manpower?
I don't remember, but I think there is no significant reduction of manpower regarding. If I'm not mistaken, there is like a couple of times reduced slightly. One of them because of the payment, and maybe 2 or 3 times because there is no open fronts available for us. And this is even I wrote to the engineer due to non-available open front. I have no choice to reduce the manpower at site.
Sorry, what did you say is not available?
Not available open fronts on the site.
Sorry, I'm really sorry. I'm finding it hard to.
Not available.
Open fronts.
Yep.
Okay. So my question wasn't to ask for the justification in reduction in manpower. My question was quite simple. How many times was manpower reduced up until the signing of the subcontract agreement?
I don't recall, but could be 1 or 2 times, not significant amount.
Could it be more?
I don't remember. Honestly, no. Plus minus, this 1 or 2 times.
When you were away from this project and you were on the other project in that year, were you being consulted at all with the progress of the project?
Not on the progress. A few matters about the schedule, what's the agreement, the fire issues. This is I use to receive a calls to clarify these issues, not the progress.
Okay, so the real person who can answer whether during 2017 and 18, that period that you weren't there, is Mr. Daraz on the reduction of manpower. Is that right?
Or me, because I got the document of Ahmed Daraz at that period. So I went through it during.
And yet you can't remember how many times manpower was reduced. You say a couple of times, and then you said you don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember, but it could be a couple of 2 or 3 times. This is what I mentioned. And not significant. I went to see the labor histogram on the project. I couldn't see a big drop on the manpower. It was around 25, slightly become 60 labor at site. At the peak, we got around 106. It was in October 2017. That's the peak, 106 labor at site. Then come down to 65, blah, 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 till 23 at the end of August, 23 labor. So
where's this information?
No drop.
Where's this information?
This is, I look at it to the labor histogram. It's not part of the document, but I can make it available at any time. So the histogram was like this. There's no drop on the manpower.
Mr. Al-Mahdi, I think you need to slow down a little bit because we're trying to.
I'll try.
What it amounts to is what you're telling us now is not based on documents in this bundle, in the trial bundle, correct?
And this is based on my knowledge, yeah.
Yeah, okay, but it's not in the bundle, correct? All right. Now, when you were talking about payment, there was a payment made of 4.7 million dirhams on the 24th of May, 2018. That's from your own statement, paragraph 16F of the second witness statement.
Yeah, this is advance payment, I think, right?
Yeah.
This is late to receive around 2 years. It was due 2 years before.
Yeah. But Are you aware that the performance guarantee wasn't issued until the 1st of August 2018?
Because it's changes happened between 5, China State, Sky, and 5. That is the documentation. We were following up. We were very keen to get this money paid, but after 2 years, the client released it for us.
Yeah, understood. But what it comes to is this: 5 paid you 4.7 million before they had received the performance guarantee was issued. Correct?
I don't remember correct or not, but I do remember I was following daily basis the advance payment, and always I got different answers. Then finally, after 2 years, we got the advance payment.
Yeah. Okay, and so when it came to the signing of the subcontract agreement, Reem had been paid, yes?
Yes, before signing the subcontract agreement, we almost at that time reaching to a point that there is something will be agreed, I think in somewhere on May, end of May. So the advance payment being issued to us.
You said that before that there wasn't a significant reduction of manpower. Those were your words. Do you accept that manpower was reduced quite a lot in order to get 5 to sign the contract?
I don't recall such, no.
Okay. But you accept, don't you, that Mr. Akiki had sent you, I think maybe a text message or something. It's in your paragraph 16J of your second witness statement, where he says, and tomorrow, Vimo will send the final shortly. Please sign today and return so I can pay you today itself. Yep.
Yep.
And then it says, and tomorrow, please deploy full manpower.
Okay.
Okay. So is that accurate? Manpower was reduced, subcontract agreement signed, and then full manpower deployed.
No, if you have the record of the manpower, you cannot find that there is increase happened, because even after signing the agreement, there was still struggles to get access and open fronts to do the work. So if you seen after signing the agreement, even though the manpower was slightly increased or decreased, there is no significant increase or decrease in the manpower at site.
Okay, and again, just to clarify, you say if I look at the manpower data, that's not in the bundle, right?
If you have it, you can share. It's not. I don't have it now on the bundle, but I have it in my system and computer when I refer to.
Do you accept that that 5 and Reem negotiated the terms of clause 4.5?
Yes, I was part of the negotiation of this clause.
Okay. Do you accept that Reem and 5 negotiated the terms of clause 4.10?
Remind me this clause for what?
4.10 of the subcontract agreement.
Can you show it to me, please?
I'll show you.
Definitely, we negotiated all the clauses, but I want to know exactly about what this 4.10.
This is what we've called the indemnity clause.
Yeah, okay. Yes.
Just bear with me. I'm just going to get it up on screen for you. And I'll give a page reference in a moment. So E461, I'll share my screen. Yeah, E461, 4.10, the subcontractor shall indemnify the employer from and against all loss, costs, damages, claims arising out of and/or in connection with the performance, acts, or defaults of the subcontractor. Yep.
Yes.
So do you looking at this now, do you recollect, and I think there is actually evidence in the bundle anyway, of negotiations between the parties on clause 4.10?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you know by 2018, were you aware that you obviously knew that 5 JVC was going to be a hotel, correct? Yes?
Okay.
No, you agree? But in 2018, you knew that there was going to be a hotel, correct?
Yeah, I know that there will be a hotel.
Okay. And you knew there was going to be an owner of the hotel, yes?
Okay.
Do you agree?
Repeat the question.
Did you know in 2018 that there was not only would it be operated as a hotel, but that there is an owner of the hotel, a
For
company
sure.
of the hotel? Yeah.
Yes, which is
And-
5. Yeah.
Yes. And that the owner of the building would also receive income, wouldn't it? From because it's a hotel, it's a business. Yes.
Once he operate, yeah, it's
Yeah.
common sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So you would know that if there was a delay to the opening of the hotel, there would be consequences, i.e., a loss of profits.
For sure.
And you knew that when clause 4.10 was being signed, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh,
Correct?
yes. Yes. Right.
Okay. So it shouldn't come at any surprise that there is a claim for a loss of profits.
That is not my business to say this claim, but at that time when we signed the contract, we were not causing delay to the project. So we are very confident that we will not delay the project. Until now, we are confident that we did not delay the project. So tell me, surprised to have a claim? Yeah, I'm surprised to have a claim because we did not delay the project.
Okay. So let's move on and deal with clause 4.5 in more detail. E455 of the bundle. This is a letter from China State to Reem, 27th of May 2018. Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay. Now, I think you're familiar with this letter because the parties incorporated this letter into the subcontract agreement. Yes?
Yeah.
And this makes reference to the 20th of October 2016 letter. That was the materials damage claim, correct?
Okay.
And then there's a reference to an earlier letter, which I'm not sure we have, but it may not matter because it's the details of this letter that's more important. And then this says that this letter shall supersede a previous letter. Again, we don't have that, as far as I'm aware. With reference to your correspondences above, we would like to note that your claimed loss in respect of the aluminium glazing works due to the fire incident occurred on 6th of August 2016 is under the coverage of the insurance policy. We acknowledge that your claims of direct loss due to the fire incident have been submitted to our insurer, and that shall be indemnified by the insurer in accordance with the policy of the CAR insurance. Okay? And then it says, any existing or future claims raised by Reem against China State due to fire incident shall remain China State's responsibility to review and approve. Any previous claim or future claim, including any material damage, EOT, disruption, prolongation, etc., arising out of the fire incident shall be indemnified by the insurer. China State shall be fully responsible for managing the claim process with the insurer and pay Reem the same amount within 7 days, once China State is paid by the insurer. Yes?
Yes.
Do you agree, I think, that this was incorporated into the subcontract agreement at clause 4.5?
Yeah.
I'll show it just for the sake of good order. And I'll just bear with me on the page reference. This is page E460. And we've got the subcontractor shall follow the revised program of works attached with this subcontract agreement as per addendum 1. We've looked at this clause already, but just to remind you, between the employer and the main contractor, and addendum 1, as we know, revised the completion date to 25th of October 2018. And then it says that the employer shall manage and supervise Reem for the completion of works. Reem shall submit reports And then payments, making reference to the payment certificate. And then it says, the main contractor has accepted liability towards the claims by the subcontractor on the fire incident of 6th of August 2016, as referred to in the letter dated 27th of May. That's the letter we just looked at, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that shall form part of this subcontract agreement. So it's been incorporated. Agreed?
Yeah. Agreed. Can you read after, however?
Yeah, we'll get there. And then it says, however, not limiting the claim to the policy, the main China state should additionally pay all reasonable costs of prolongation claim made by the subcontractor. So do you agree that the liability of payment is on China state at this stage?
Okay. Here you can understand China state in their letter, they are saying we will pay only as per the insurer, right?
Okay.
And in this contract agreement, we say it's not limited to the insurer, right? So how it will become the liability? We don't have an agreement with China State. China State, they said we will pay only as per the insurer. We said no, it cannot be limited to the insurer. For that, the clause is here. It's very clear, which is not limited to car policy, which is not limited to the agreement between China State and the insurance, which we doesn't know the agreement. We are not part of it.
No, I think there's been a misunderstanding. I'm suggesting that the obligation or the liability, who pays, is China State. That was what I suggested.
Yeah, I agree. The liability here,
So
as per the contract, it's very clear. It is China State to pay. Yeah.
We agreed so far.
Yeah.
And then it says it needs to be substantiated and approved by the engineer and 5. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, it's written like this. Yeah.
So any claim that's made must be substantiated and approved by not just the engineer, by both the engineer and 5. Yes?
Yes.
And the payment must be settled within a reasonable period before closing the account. Okay?
Yeah.
In the event that China State is in breach of this obligation, do you agree with me that this obligation was a reference to the payment obligation?
Payment obligation?
Yes.
Just repeat the question in different ways so I understand exactly.
Let's read it. In the event of the main contractor is in breach of this obligation, then the employer shall deduct such reasonable and approved amount from the main contractor and pay to the subcontractor. Do you agree with me that what it's saying here is that China State, if it breaches its payment obligation, as in if it has to pay?
Could be, and I'm not expert on this. Yeah, payment, one of them. Yeah, could be. I'm not expert on, but payment, for me, I was looking for a payment, so I need the payment. So if they are breach on the payment, I should get the same paid through 5. This is my understanding to this clause.
Okay, and do you agree that in order for China State to pay, there needs to be a claim made by Reem? Agreed?
Yeah.
It needs to be substantiated. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree.
It needs to be approved. Do you agree?
It's written here to be approved. Yeah.
Yeah. It needs to be approved, substantiated and approved by the engineer and the employer. We agree on that, yes?
Yeah.
I'm suggesting to you at no point before the engineer's determination were the prolongation claim substantiated at all. Do you agree or disagree with that?
No, I disagree.
Okay, we'll look through the documents in a minute. So that should deal with clause 4.5. And just to finish off, what I'm suggesting at the end of the clause 4.5 is only if China State had to pay, would then 5 deduct any amount from China State's account. Yes?
Repeat this one, sorry.
So just look at the last sentence. I suggested to you that the reference to main contractors in breach of this obligation means payment obligation. I think you said you weren't an expert and you're not sure.
Payment and period, right? Because they have to pay in a reasonable time also, it's mentioned there. So I do remember I sent a letter to Five that it's almost 700 days from the day we issue our claim for the main damaged material, and China State did not pay anything.
Yeah, we'll come to that in a minute. But then if China State doesn't pay, then it's right to say that Five would then deduct an amount that's reasonable and approved from
Yeah.
China State and pay Reem. Yes?
Yes, this is my understanding. Yeah.
Okay. Just bear with me one moment. Okay, so we've looked at briefly the October 2016 letter. That was the letter that outlined the damaged materials. Do you recall that? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think there's any. I think you say that you submitted the same application again in Arabic to China State on the 15th of January 2017.
Yeah.
I'll get that up. I'll get that up now. I'll give a page reference in a moment. Navigating through this can be sometimes tricky, so just bear with me. Okay, so this is page, once it loads, F1906 of the bundle. And this is a letter from Reem to China State, 15th of January 2017, okay? And it says notification for insurance claim, and this is the Arabic. All right?
Yeah.
We've got the Arabic here. We can obviously read the digits. This is the 1079 million for the materials, damaged materials. And in fact, just one point to note from the English translation. I'll get the page number. This is page E803. And you say at the bottom here, we confirm that the above claims are our full and final claims arising out of the fire incident, and we have no further claims in respect of the same, except the idle resources and the preliminaries cost during the suspension period, which to be advanced in due course. Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the prolongation reference, correct?
It is this is part of the prolongation, not the prolongation, right? Because see, the prolongation is because not only the fire, after the fire, there is a delay from other contractors. So the prolongation recognizing the all delays, including the fire part of it.
Yeah, okay, but it's just the reference to the idle resources, so as in the idle labor and other preliminaries. Yes?
Yes, yeah.
And the point here really is that these costs are going to be advanced in due course. So it's not part of the 2016 claim, correct?
Yeah, it is not part because nobody knows at that time the project completion date where it will be and how much the rectification required from China State. There was at that time no proper plan, if you remember.
Yeah. So then moving on in time, we come to the 18th of April, 2017. My screen is frozen. Sorry, my lord, my screen is frozen. I'm just waiting. Do that again. Sorry, Mr. Almaty, just bear with me one moment.
No,
Having some, as my learned, I think my learned friend jinxed me when he talked about IT, living in the IT age. Very frustrating.
Which page is it that we're looking for in case you can help?
Thanks. For Exhibit SA1, it's page 1888 of that exhibit. For some reason, my screen keeps freezing. Oh, I think I'm back. I might be back.
Okay, no, I have only the bundle references, the F references.
Don't worry, I'm back on. Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay, we're back. All right. This was the reference to, so just to remind you, this was the 15th of January 2017 at E1906. This was the same claim of 20th of October 2016, resubmitted in Arabic. And then, and I was about to scroll through.
You said E1906. You meant F1906.
Oh, correct. Thank you. Thank you, my lord. And my screen has frozen again. I might have to ask my own friend's assistant. I'm just going to go back. Okay, we're here. Right, F1933. This is a letter sent to China State from Reem on the 18th of April 2017. Yes?
Yes.
Again, so as of April 2017, it says that there was a meeting on the 17th of April in China State's offices.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Did you say something? Sorry.
No, I said yes. I'm following you.
Yeah, no problem. In your good offices regarding the preliminary assessment made by the insurance company for the fire damages, as per your directions, we are submitting the revised insurance claims to incorporate only the actual damage of materials, excluding the abortive works caused to the survey works, idling of labours, and the missing equipment from site, which was then under direct control of China State. Accordingly, we submit the insurance claim details and the abortive works separately as attached in two annexures. Correct?
Yeah.
So just so we've got this clear in our heads, what's the abortive works?
Okay. There is some work, my understanding to China State, that their insurance doesn't cover the abortive work. Abortive work means you've done something and you repeat it again. So at that time, if I'm not mistaken, is the survey work. We done a lot of survey work for the installation of the curtain wall, and that is not physical material. That is part of the process of the installation. So all these points being damaged during the fire, so we have to redo it again. This is, we call it abortive work. So their insurance doesn't cover such work. So we keep it separately. We separate this amount from this claim, because this has to go to the insurance.
Okay.
Clear?
Thank you very much for that. I think that's just another copy of the same. And sorry, my screen is frozen again. I'm going to see if I can move on to the next document. We come on to the 8th of February, page number. I'll give it to you in a moment. So this is page E826. Here we have a reference to prolongation costs.
Yep.
9.9 million. Yeah.
Yep.
And it makes a reference to the EOT claim dated the 26th of October 2017. You see that?
Yes.
That's what I've called in EOT1, but that's what we've looked at earlier, isn't it? The first interim extension of time application.
The detailed one, yeah.
Yes. So here we have this is what was attached to this letter. It's currently on screen now. It's at E828. Do you see that?
Yeah. Yes.
And we've got your prolongation cost, staff, all these costs are out, tabulated and recorded as 9.969874 million. Yep.
Yeah. Yes.
And then we've got some other further documentation for the commission, the performance guarantee commission. And then we've got the same letter from 20th of October 2016 with the same documents that were attached to that claim. Yeah. Now, at 8th of February 2016, 8th of February letter 2018, all it had was this table. Do you accept that?
And the attachment, you came down, right?
And what, sorry?
And this included also this one, yeah?
Yeah, but this is just the performance guarantee commission. This is 869,912 dirhams. This is not 9.9 million, evidence of 9.9 million dirhams. Do you accept that?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Okay. So do you accept, with this letter, there was no substantiation?
Yeah, go up, please, to just remember the document. Yeah, this is the main document, yep.
Yeah, this is a table. But you agree with me, anyone can write a table. The actual documents that prove this is the substantiation. That was not submitted, was it?
So I don't remember if submitted or not, but see here, there's C detail, C detail, C detail. There was a document, and I don't recall if this document, you have it with you now or not. But based on this document, there's C detail, there's a detail, right?
Yeah, I'm showing you the documents that were with this letter, and that was it.
Okay, go up, please. I need to be familiar to remember it slightly. Go up. Like when you say that's 2.6 for project stuff, there's a detail, right? See detail. This is the remarks. So there's a document attached. There's a document attached with the detail of the project stuff.
But what I'm saying to you is, Mr. Amahdi, there isn't. It's not there.
I don't know why it's not there in your bundle, but it should be there.
Okay. And then this is followed by a letter.
Mr. Koshdal, just so I understand your question and the answer, are you saying that this document at E828 never attached any details, or simply saying that we don't have the details in the trial bundle?
No, it's Five's case that it wasn't attached.
Yes, but you haven't put that squarely to.
Apologies, I thought I did, but I'll do it in more detail, clearer. Mr. Al-Mahdi, what I'm suggesting is there were no other details submitted with this 8th of February 2018 letter.
I don't recall, but when I look to the document itself, it says there's a detail. So most likely, I did not receive any reply on this prolongation from your side that there is no detail. When I read this document, I see there's a detail. See, refer to the detail. So I assume there's a detail. This is what I can do so far.
Okay, so let's look at the response. AE834. Okay. Can you see that on screen?
Yeah.
We've got the engineer's letter to Reem. And it says, with reference to the above mentioned subject, your letter dated the 8th of February 2018. That's the letter we just looked at. And further to the meeting between Five and Reem. So there was a meeting between Five and Reem. And Five has clarified to Reem about the responsibility of the prolongation cost and fire incident related claim, which is again explained in addendum number 1, signed and agreed between China State and Five. And addendum number 1 shall be part of the subcontract, which we've already dealt with already. Further, with inference of 5, Reem had meetings with China State. China State agreed to sign a separate agreement with Reem to undertake responsibility of the fire incident-related claims. Do you agree that's the reference to the 27th of May 2018 letter we looked at about 20 minutes ago?
Yeah.
So, sorry. And then it goes on to say, in view of the
It's not
above, Reem
referring to that, it's referring to the meeting, right?
it says China, yeah, it was in a meeting, but China State agreed to sign a separate agreement with Reem to undertake responsibility of the fire incident-related claims. Is that the letter that was being that we looked at earlier? The 20th?
It's not the letter. The letter being wrote at that time, but there was like an agreement, verbal agreement, which is to have a tri-party agreement or separate agreement from China State towards the fire incident. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And then it says, in view of the above, Reem is urged to expedite the confirmation and sign-off of this subcontract agreement to allow 5 to process the payment certificates, invoices submitted by Reem as repeatedly advised by 5, and to allow for processing the subcontractor's claim as per the terms and conditions of the contract. Please note, this letter shall not be taken nor be deemed to be used as an acceptance of entitlement for an EOT and or prolongation cost, as this shall only be made upon concluding the above with the full substantiated events and supporting documents. The same has to be verified and agreed by China State. You see that?
Yeah, I see.
This letter from the engineer directly referred to the 8th of February 2018 letter we just looked at, where you said it says see details.
Yeah.
The engineer is saying, after reviewing that letter, that you need to, Reem needs to substantiate the events and provide supporting documents to be verified and agreed.
He's not saying that, right? He's not saying that. Like when I said the minutes of meeting just before 1 hour, you said noted doesn't mean he accept that the delay from the EIFs. It's similar here. He's not saying it's not substantiated.
Okay.
He's not saying it's not substantiated, right?
Well, I'm suggesting to you, it says here, this shall only be made upon concluding the above with the full substantiated events and supporting documents.
Yeah.
So that's the substantiation, Mr. Al-Mahdi.
Okay, he's not saying my document is not substantiated. He's saying it has to be full substantiation should be there and accepted by the China State.
Mr. Al-Mahdi, I think we're splitting hairs, but this is a letter, as I said to you, has made specific reference to the 8th of February 2018 letter. It's right here at the top. Agreed? Yes?
Yes, agreed.
So that means he had the engineer had the letter. He's reviewed the letter. He's reviewed what was sent to with the letter, and at the end says the EOT prolongation cost. This letter cannot be taken to be deemed as an acceptance of entitlement for EOT and/or prolongation costs. This shall only be made upon concluding the above with full substantiated events and supporting documents.
Okay.
Isn't that because there weren't any documents that you have said were with the 8th of February 2018 letter?
Again, I said here in this paragraph, he did not say it's not substantiated. And if you look to the EOT, because you are saying here EOT and the prolongation, the EOT, which you submitted EOT number 1, it's a lot of details. And the EOT is very clear, straightforward, even without having all this document. We have a revised program saying that the project completion is supposed to be on November 17. Now the new completion date is October 18. That's straightforward, 1 year, right? Even if I did not submit my claim, the main contractor himself revised the program after the fire and pushed the completion 1 year. It's a straightforward 1 year.
Okay. Can we now look at, and my lord, I'm conscious of the time, so I'm going to just finish this topic up very quickly if I can.
Just why how much longer are you going to be in cross station?
On this point, I've only got
Altogether?
Altogether? No, I should be done by about an hour after the lunch adjournment.
Because the timetable has you finishing at lunch. with this witness?
Yes, Mr. Nair, we've afforded a long time with him, but I don't think we're going to be anywhere near that long with Mr. Nair.
Right.
As in,
Well, let's go. Let's go on for quarter of an hour or so.
yes. Mr. Almathi, can you just have a look at, please, page E1901, E1909.
Can you open it, please?
1 second, I will do.
It doesn't exist in my bundle.
Oh,
190.
sorry, F1909. So sorry. Okay, Mr. Almathi, this is the email from the 18th of April from yourself to Mr. Zhao Zhu from China State, is that right?
Yes.
And you said, as requested, please find the fire claim detail as requested. Yeah?
Yeah.
And we've got the attachments, fire notification claim, copy of 1065 suites, prolongation cost on account of EOT revision 2. You see that?
Yeah.
And then the next page, we've got a similar table, correct? You see that?
Yeah.
And it says see details again. But this amount is for 6,690,509 dirhams. Yes.
I cannot see. I can't see the number. It's fine.
Okay. Well, I'll be correct if I'm wrong. And attached is the fire prolongation from 2016. That's the materials claim. And then we've got some spreadsheets again. This is about tools and equipment, so we can skip through that. And then we can go through these are, again, tabulated doors and windows, it says here. So this is all materials. This is all the materials. Similarly, still going through. And then we've got some diagrams of the hotel, some designs.
This is the highlighted damaged material.
Yeah, this is all related to the materials claim.
Yeah.
So it's still going. It's taking a bit longer because I want to wait for it to load. Anyway, and then that's it. That's where it concludes, because then we go into a new document dated 27th of May, 2018. So this comes after. It's got nothing to do with the April email.
Mm.
You see that? So
Yeah.
what I'm suggesting is, similarly, again, it says see details, but no documents or substantiation was submitted with this claim. Do you agree with that?
The number, can you zoom into the number? Because I told you I don't recall the detail, but if this is the number, 6 million, that means this is discounted number, right?
Yeah, listen to my question, because I have a limited time and I don't want to keep going over the same thing. Can you see it says see details in the remarks here?
Yeah.
And it's similar. It's basically the same document that we looked at before for the 9 million claim, but it's a discounted amount.
Yes.
With the last document, you said to me, to the court, it says see details because there were other details, there were other documents. That's what your evidence was.
This is what I said. See, what I said exactly. I don't recall if there's a document, but since there's C detail, there's a detail. This is exactly what I said.
Okay.
Okay.
And I suggested to you that there were no other documents attached to that claim. That was my suggestion.
I don't recall.
Now, with this one, this is an email. that was sent to China State with this table. This also says see details.
Okay.
Wait for the question. We just looked at the supporting documents. Do you agree with me that there is no evidence of substantiation with this claim?
Most likely, the detail was not attached on this email because this is discounted. I take it from the main file. As per management, we discount the rate. So maybe on this mail there was no attachment. Maybe you're right for this mail.
Okay. Well, my lord, I'm going to move on to a new topic. Would that be a convenient moment?
Yes. Now, how long do you think realistically you're going to be before you finish?
I think I'll be maybe. I'd hope to deal with everything in about an hour and a quarter, maybe max.
That leaves only 45 minutes or so for Mr. Nair.
Mr. Nair gives limited evidence of WhatsApp messages, so it's really going to be some questions on the WhatsApps.
Yes, but will that be finished in half an hour, three-quarters of an hour?
I would hope so.
Right. Okay. Then let's keep lunch to 1 hour and resume at 12:20 UK time, 15:20 AEU time.
Okay. Thank you very much.
UAE.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My lord, could you?
Mr. Ahmadi, can you make sure you don't talk about the case in the meantime, please, to anyone?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord.
Good afternoon. Is everyone ready to start?
Yes.
We are. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Al-Mahdi, I'm just going to ask you some more questions. Can I just please ask, I know that it's sometimes difficult, but answer the question that I asked, because I don't want to keep repeating, and I've only got a limited period of time, so I just want to make sure we cover everything. So I just wanted to show you one other document at page F1932. It's on the screen. This is dated the 19th of June, 2019. Okay. This is from Reem to 5. You see that?
Yeah.
And this references one of the letters we saw earlier from the 18th of April, 2017, and also the 8th of February, 2018 letter. We looked at these earlier. Okay. It's also referenced and attached herewith. Okay. And it also confirms the claim for 9.9 million. Understood?
Yeah.
When we scroll down, we can first see the 18th of April, 2017 letter. This is to China State. Okay?
Yeah.
And then we go through, we see another 18th of April letter. It's got annexure, insurance claim for damaged materials, and abortive works, idling of labor, missing equipments. Okay?
Yeah.
You see that? All right. And then we go through. We've got 1 million claimed here. This is damaged materials. Do you see that?
Yes.
Missing tools and equipment. I'm just going to go through it quite quickly. Abortive work. And you've got labors here for 109,200, it looks like. Yes?
Yeah.
And the total there is 157,397 spot 66 fields. Okay? I'll be corrected if I'm wrong.
This is for damaged material, right?
This is what it looks like, I suggest, yes.
It's for damaged material.
Yeah. And then we've got the 8th of February 2018 letter, the same one that we looked at. Again, it says here, we've got here the 9.9 million claim. This is the same table. I don't want to dwell on it too much. But again, what we've got here is the financial costs of 800,000 dirhams. But similarly, again, this is the damaged materials claim. But do you accept that there's no substantiation here again either?
Okay, I don't know why you said this is damaged material claim, because in terms of the sequence should not be the damaged claim material. This should be supporting the abortive, right? The
No.
prolongation.
No, see, this was a letter, 20th of October 2016. It was annexed to the letter that we just looked at from 19th of June.
This is the damaged material, yes.
Exactly. So the only document for prolongation costs in terms of non-damaged materials, other than damaged materials, is this again. It's the same document from the 8th of February. And what I'm suggesting is, again, similarly here, there is no actual substantiation or evidence or document.
Once you came down, there is another document, right?
No, it's this, and that's it.
Yes. And after that?
Then we've got the 20th of October 2016.
Okay.
So you agree with me?
Based on this document, yes, I told you, I don't remember if there is more detail or not. And from the document, how it look like, there's a detail, because the mission referred to the detail. Clear? And I don't recall that somebody asked for these details. So I don't remember if there is a detail attached with that sheet or not.
Okay. Let's just go through some other dates. I'm moving away from this. Let me stop sharing. Sorry. Okay, Mr. Al-Mahdi. So you and I agree that addendum number 1 was signed on the 1st of July 2017, correct?
Yeah, between the main contractor and channels and 5, yeah.
And it gave a new completion date of the 25th of October 2018, yes?
That is the program attached with the addendum, yeah.
Yeah. Now, after the signing of addendum number 1, EOT 1, as I said to you before, was submitted on the 26th of October 2017.
Yeah.
That was due to the fire incident, correct?
That is due to the fire incident and the revised program which received from the main contractor. The basis of it is the revised program received from the main contractor, which definitely because of the fire incident.
Okay. As I said before, the claim from EOT 1 was to extend the completion date from the 9th of November 2017 to the 18th of March 2019.
Yeah, most likely, yeah.
Okay. But as we know, addendum number 1 only extended it to 25th of October 2018.
Yeah, the reason is very clear. We send a letter to the main contractor. The duration provided for the facade work compared to the duration as per the baseline is less, so we need more duration. That is the reason why we finish after.
As we looked at earlier, the subcontract agreement from June 2018 incorporated addendum number 1. Agreed?
Yeah, which came after that, right?
I don't understand what you mean by after.
Came after the EOT.
No, addendum number 1 was before the EOT. Oh, sorry. Okay, addendum number 1 is July 2017. EOT is November 2017. Subcontract agreement is June 2018. Understood?
Yes. Yeah, it came. I mean, the EOT came before our signing the agreement with 5.
Yes, agreed. We're agreed on that. But do you accept that as a result of incorporating addendum number 1, the EOT has gone because there's you've agreed a new date of the 25th of October 2018?
It's gone in terms of gone completely now.
No, as in it's dealt with. I'm using very simple language, but I'm trying to
see our pace for the EOT is the work order program. The work order program was 25th of the completion 25th of November 17, right? Or somewhere in November 17. So that is the completion date. That is the original completion date. Any date beyond that.
I'm only interrupting because I'm only interrupting because I just want I don't want to interrupt, but we've got a limited time and I need to know what the answer is to the question. When the subcontract agreement was signed, you obviously had submitted your EOT 1 claim. We agreed on that. That's our starting point. When the subcontract agreement was signed, it incorporated addendum number 1. I think we agree, yes? So when it was signed, knowing that there was an EOT 1 claim, Reem did not ask for a new completion date of March 2019 to be recorded within the subcontract agreement, correct?
It is recorded because if you go to the the subcontract agreement, it's referred to the work order, right?
It refers to addendum number 1, and it refers to the
the work order.
revised completion of works.
And the work order.
Hold on. Let's have a look.
As well, the letter of intent. It refers to both the work order and letter of intent.
So the clause 1.1 refers to the work order.
Page.
Okay. Sorry, E458. So Mr. Amati refers to the work order here.
Yes, this is what I want to say. It's referred to the work order, right?
Okay.
And the work order has a completion date, refers to 2017, right? October, November 17.
Okay. And I'm saying, look at clause 4.5. Please listen to my question because I don't want to keep going over this. The subcontractor shall follow the revised program of works attached with this subcontract agreement as per addendum number 1. Addendum number 1 has a completion date of October 2018.
That is, we have to follow the schedule, right? Doesn't say you are removing the original schedule. Yes, we accepted to follow the schedule.
Yeah, which is, okay, I think I've made my point. I don't need to dwell on it further.
Yeah.
All right. But after the subcontract agreement was signed, and in fact, I think Mr. Sportman confirms this as well, there was no other EOT claim until that which was produced as part of Reem's standard disclosure. My lord, that's paragraph 144 of Mr. Spawley's report.
Again, what you're trying to say here, I did not get
What
you.
I'm suggesting is there is no, by the time the engineer made his determination, Reem did not make it another extension of time claim.
The engineer make his determination after the completion of the project, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, do you agree with that?
I don't exactly understand what the point you need me to agree with. If you repeat it, please, in a clear manner.
Okay, after the subcontract agreement and up until the engineer's determination, Reem did not make a new EOT claim.
Yes, agree.
Okay. I'm going to take you through some letters as quickly as I can. I'll give page references, my lord. This is a letter dated 23rd of October, page E1085. It's from the engineer to Reem. It's dated the 23rd of October 2018. Yes? Do you see that?
20 October 18.
Yep. This is delayed delivery and installation of hinged and temporary glass panels at the locations of the revolving doors. That's the subject matter of the letter.
Yeah.
Agreed?
Yeah.
The engineer states concerning the above subject in the weekly progress meetings, 5 serious concerns about the several promises and agreements by Reem for the delivery of hinged doors and temporary glass at locations of revolving doors, supposed to be delivered on the 10th of October 2018, and again confirmed by Reem to be delivered on 21st of October 2018. The doors are not yet delivered. Then it goes on to say that considering the current critical conditions of the project's progress, to achieve the targeted completion date and the planned civil defence inspection by the end of October 2018. Do you see that?
Yeah, I saw that.
So there was a civil defence inspection at the end of October. That was planned anyway. Yes?
I don't know if there was civil inspection in October, because last time I showed the civil inspection was on March, right?
Mm-hmm. That was March 2019.
Yes, that as per my knowledge, the first inspection of the civil defense came at site.
Okay.
And this letter being replied, right? You have the response of this letter.
The inspection was delayed because of Reem's delays, weren't they?
It's not true, because I replied this letter and I prove in my reply to this letter that the delay of the engineer for almost, I don't remember the days, how many days, I think something like more than 100 days to approve the revolving door material affecting this issue. And even that, when we brought the material outside, the site was not ready. There was civil work was not ready, and MEP was not ready. And this is available in my witness statement SA2, right?
Okay,
If you
and then
need, I'll find the document to you.
there's a letter at page E1083, and that's from the engineer dated 14th of November 2018.
Yeah, he's replying to my letter, right? Which is, can you go up, please?
This is it. There's nothing else above.
Yeah, okay. This is a different subject. That's okay.
There may be a letter. I'm not necessarily denying that.
Yeah.
But the point is that you say you weren't in delay, others say you were in delay, and when I go back to one question I asked you before, doesn't it come to this? During this period, you're saying that each other were delayed.
When I say there is a delay from others, I put my proof, right? When the engineer sent me, you are delaying civil defense, and I did not receive any comment from civil defense against the facade. But when I say the engineer delayed me for 100 days, I attached in my letter the submittal from the engineer and the look from the engineer, and he took almost like more than 100 days to approve the revolving door. I have the evidence. I show it on the reply on SA2 in my second witness statement.
I think this is what you're talking about. This is your letter to the engineer, page E1089, 15th of November 2018.
Let me go through it, please. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, you disagree.
Yeah, I mentioned exactly the facts here, you know. Let me just go up. It's worth to highlight that the confirmation of the door schedule and the aeromangery was required on 7th February 2017 by email, and the reply door only received in 31st of July 17. How many days delay? From 7th February till...
Hold on. Mr. Ahmadi, this is from the 15th of November 2018. The delivery was in October 2018. Over a year later.
Okay. You are talking about a long lead item here. It is a special fabricated revolving door, which is highlighted from the beginning. It takes time. And I mentioned to you the engineer delay. And even though after this letter, there is another letter, which the material was available on January, and the site was not ready. And I sent notes of delay on that. And I can find it to you if you need me. It's part of this bundle. In January, the site was not ready to receive the revolving doors.
Okay. This is a letter dated 10th of December 2018 from the engineer, E1087. This is a response to your letter, isn't it? Because we've got here subcontractor's letter dated 15th of November 2018. You can see that?
Yes.
Yeah. This is the response.
I seen this response. Is there any document attached with this response?
No, just this letter. Okay. So putting it in a nutshell, because my lord can read this as part of later reading, but putting it in a nutshell, the engineer has refuted your points here. He's disagreeing with you. Correct?
Because it is the engineer delay on the material approval, he will disagree for sure. And I prove with a document that the engineer took a long time to approve the revolving door.
Okay.
What is his proof against that, the engineer? There is no reference to any document.
Let me ask you a question from the original letter, E1085. Did Reem agree to deliver, or were Reem due to receive delivery on the 10th of October 2018 of the hinge doors and temporary glass panels? Do you remember?
I don't remember, but if he said that and I did not reply to this date, that means fine. But subject to as a target could be or whatever.
Okay, and it was delayed. It was delayed because it was apparently Reem confirmed that it will be delivered on 21st of October 2018, but it wasn't delivered.
It is delayed because of his delay on approval. I was very clear on that. Even what we did as acceleration, I came with another alternative supplier to support the project. This is what described on my previous letter.
And yesterday, we've already looked at the engineer's letter from May 2019, and your counsel took Mr. Akiki through the email, which was produced yesterday as well. I'm not going to take you through it, but do you agree with me that I'm suggesting to you that the civil defence inspection was delayed by Reem, and this is the supporting evidence behind it? Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree.
Okay. When a party finishes an activity, I'm moving on to a different topic. When a contractor completes an activity, that contractor should be recording when they finish that activity, correct?
Yeah, somehow, yeah.
So if, for example, on level 50, Reem should be noting contemporaneously at the time when they were given the handover. Is that right?
Again, repeat.
If Reem were to finish their works on level 50, Reem should be making a note at that time, at the time they'd finished, when they were given handover.
Okay. See, the principle is as simple as that. If there is any successor activity to a Reem activity, we use to inform 5 engineers that we finish, then other subcontractor has to start. And basically, when I finish like the brackets of the balustrade as example, I inform the engineers of 5, I finish the bracket, please start the waterproofing. But when I finish the glass as an example, I will not inform the engineers that I finished the glass. I will report it in my weekly and daily report that this area in terms of percentage completed. But I don't require to inform anybody from 5 that's finished, let's another activity start, because another activity, there is no any other activity to start after the glass installation.
Let's deal with this in a bit more detail now by looking at the work inspection requests logs. Just before we do, quick question. Did you say earlier that whilst Reem should have installed the balustrade glass and then Eaves would do their works, it was done because at some point, maybe 2018, 2019, it was done the other way around. Eaves were doing their works and then the glass balustrade was being installed?
The original plan up to October 18 that Eaves should finish, then the glass will be installed. This is the original plan. Even addendum 1 says that.
But answering my question, yeah.
I answered your question, I think.
So the question, no, hold on. Let me ask it then. Is it right that there came a point when Eaves finished their works before the balustrade glass was installed?
Repeat, because
was there a time, or did this? I'm going to put a scenario. You tell me whether this happened or didn't happen. Did Eaves ever finish their works before the balustrade glass was installed?
I'm not sure if they done it or not. Yeah, at the beginning, maybe yes. At the beginning, this is the procedure. They will finish the eaves before the glass.
Okay. Let me go on to the work inspection logs.
Yeah.
My lord, this is the log which has the defunct page number, but I'll give it nonetheless. It's strictly speaking 2952. I'm sorting the dates from the newest to the oldest, okay? So I'm going to scroll down. This is November 2018 here, balustrade glass installation, level 16. Yes, you follow me so far?
Yeah, but see,
wait,
I don't know what point you are trying to do.
I haven't asked the question, just simply, are you following me so far?
Yes.
Okay. It says resubmit, E. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. So this is floors 16, balustrade glass, and we're still going 6, 17, 20, 21, 22. We're still in November, 23, and then towards the end of November, on the 24th of November, when the inspection was submitted, it was still receiving an E.
Do you have copy of this E?
Mr. Al-Mahdi, this is something that you, as Reem, has submitted. So this is your document.
Can I speak here regarding the E to clarify what you mean by E?
Sure.
Okay. E here, the work incomplete, resubmit. And this schedule not done for the progress. If you open the sheet which replying E, you will find the engineer say there, the work is incomplete, patch fitting need to be there, silicon to be there. So the silicon, which is two comments are mainly there, the stainless steel patch fitting and the silicon. The silicon, which is subject to the ifs, for that you give E. And this is not related to the progress. Again, I told you at the beginning, this sheet doesn't show the progress. This sheet is for a quality purpose. And this is done by our QC engineer. Yani I might fix the glass, then after 6 months from fixing the glass, my QC engineer will go and raise this inspection. This is for a quality purpose, not for a progress purpose.
Understood. Mr. Al-Mahdi, have you provided these? Have you exhibited any of these?
Sorry?
Have you exhibited any of these documents?
You mean the WIR, the inspection, the work inspection request? No, I don't think I added. No.
Right. Okay. So let's put that to one side and let's just look at the evidence we've got. The evidence we've got is that on the 24th of November 2018, the balustrade glass installation, all we know is that it was not approved, correct?
This is a QC report, is not a progress report. You are referring to the wrong progress, wrong report. This is a QC report, not a progress report. So you are not referring to the right document. So I'll tell you yes or no.
Okay, I'm going to carry on. Level 49, and this is the end of December. 49, 50, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, up until 59. Similarly, we've got some SCW stick curtain wall, but so far as the balustrade glass installation is concerned, the inspection request was logged on the 27th of December 2018, and again, it received an E. Do you agree with that?
Okay, I agree with that. I told you, E means the work incomplete.
Let's move on. The same goes for January, for floors 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Similarly, an E. Okay? 31 up until 38. Again, end of January, still got an E. We've got some comments, some remarks here. Still Rod China State for some of these floors. Okay? You see that?
I see, and I repeat again, you are trying to take a QC report to show progress, which is wrong principle. I keep saying the same, but you don't want to listen to me. This is not a progress report. This is a quality report for inspection of quality. It's nothing to do with the report.
Yeah, all right. What we know is that for floor 59, there was another submission dated oops, sorry. 59, dated 2nd of March, inspection date of the 5th of March. Again, it got an E. Okay?
Okay.
You see that? That means
you keep repeating the same point, and I'm gonna give you the same answer. This is a quality report, and if you remember, also we requested from you to give us the copy of WIR. I have a few of them with me, but all WIR, because it's hard copy, we requested from you, and you did not provide it. I think at the beginning of
hang on, Mr. Ahmadi. Hold on.
Yeah.
You submit the WIR. The engineer inspects, and you get the WIR as inspected, don't you?
Yes.
Yes. So let's not go there with disclosure. Let's stick to the evidence we've got.
It's not evidence. Sorry. It's not evidence. This is nothing to do with the progress. This is QC report.
All right. Now, as of 30th of April, level 22, again, it got an E for the 22nd of floor.
Do you know what is the E of the comments? The comment of this one was there is no patch fitting and silicone.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you.
The silicone was because of your EIFS contractor, right?
Mr. Ahmadi, what I'm suggesting to you is that Reem was in delay of its own works, and it was not getting approvals for its own works, which was the installation of the balustrade glass.
What I suggest is Reem was not able to get approval on their work because the delay of the eaves doesn't allow Reem to complete their work. I can read it in this way. You understand what I'm saying?
We've got a WIR from Eaves, from the Eaves works. I'll put it on screen for you. Just bear with me. Yeah, well, I'm just going to share it on screen now. I'll give the page reference as well once I've shared it. This is, my lord, this is page E1102. This is from Mr. Akiki's delay analysis. This is an inspection request. We've got here level 59. It says the originator of the inspection request, Al Mahab Paints and Installation. And this is the Eaves completion of works on level 59 on the 3rd of March 2019. And it says 5 confirmation of acceptance. Do you see that, Mr.?
I see that. Can you zoom on this? I want to see which area exactly is this.
I'm afraid I can't zoom in. So all I can do is read it to you. And if I'm wrong, then I'll be corrected because this is the most I can zoom in, I'm afraid. But it says the location area says level 59 zone ABC.
Okay.
Yeah. Type of work is architectural, that's ticked. Yeah. Inspection request for the prime and render level 59 roof garden area are at zone T12 to T02, zone B grid T08 to T10, zone C grid T04 to T08 as per attached drawings.
Okay, and that means not the full floor, right?
Well, I'm just giving you whatever your answer is, so be it. What I'm suggesting to you is that this work inspection request is from Eaves. Do we agree on that? Yes?
Yeah, seems that, yeah.
So in respect of these works, which Mr. Kiki says is the final works, the level 59, this was approved as of the 3rd of March 2019.
How this proof it's the final inspection? This is not the complete level 50. It is part. It's from grid to grid. It's written there from T6 to T10 and at the roof garden. There is roof garden and there's a balcony and there is inner eaves. There's so many eaves in the project, not only between T6 to T10. And we prove with a document from 5 itself. There is a lot of eaves pending after this date.
Yeah. All right. Well, no doubt this will be put to Mr. Kiki tomorrow if needs be, but I've put my case to you. So moving on.
Mr. Condell, is it your suggestion to this witness that covers all of the Eaves work for that?
Not necessarily this WIR itself. What I'm suggesting is this is the final WIR that is the final WIR for the Eaves work. And
there's no more Eaves work to be done?
No. Yes, that's as in yes, you're right. Yes.
I see. Right.
Yes. Moving on, let's deal with the closeout programs. We touched upon this, I think, yesterday. In fact, let me ask you one question before we deal with that in more detail. Today, you clarified your witness statement. You said at paragraph 53 of your main witness statement, you wanted to add the word main. So let's look at paragraph 53. Do you have it?
Which page?
Paragraph 53, page 9. First witness statement.
Yep.
You added the word main to the works. So Reem completed its main works.
Yes.
Why is it only today you're adding that word?
Because in Mr. Aqiqi replied to my witness statement, he said, Salim, give me the proof. When I went in detail, I seen the proof. I have a document which is reported on 28th of December showing work at level 59 was completed except the silicon and finishing, which is being described on the addendum as a main work. In the addendum schedule, there's facade or glazing main work. Main work means you fix the frame, you fix the glass, you make the building watertight. That is the main work. So when I reviewed the schedule, I found the main work was completed.
You reviewed the reply witness statement, and then that prompted you to correct your own witness statement, yes?
Yeah, I find the main work was completed, yeah.
Okay. And which one of Mr. Nabil's Akiki's statements did you review?
No, I don't recall exactly, but on his reply to this point.
Okay.
If you need me to find it, I can find it.
And yesterday we started the case, but nothing about this was said. Did you inform your lawyers today about this addition?
No, 2 days ago, I think.
Okay. I'm trying to understand.
Apologies. I'm not sure I understand the point here. If my colleague could explain, because I'm not sure I get what is the point that he's trying to make.
I'm making the point why it's only taken until today to make this amendment. I'm not criticizing any of my learned friends' behavior. This is directed only at Mr. Al-Mahdi. So, Mr. Al-Mahdi, you've had the reply witness statement for a very long time, correct? A few months now, yes?
Yeah, but when I went on detail, I find this one recently. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Is it because you read the skeleton argument and you heard the opening submissions yesterday that you heard what was said about the WIRs and the closeout programs and all that?
No, honestly speaking, I was reviewing my witness statement, replying Mr. Nabil witness statement, and I seen his reply saying that if you have a document to prove that, then I searched in my system, I found the proof of the document. Then I informed the lawyer that let's call it not the work. I realized when I wrote it, I mean the main work. Let's realize it is not the work completed 100%. It's the main work. Main work means frame, glass, making the weather tight, the building, etc. This is the meaning of the main work.
You looked at other documents, did you?
I looked to my document, which is the daily reports, and I opened the daily reports, which I was sending to the main contractor, and I found that the main work was completed.
Again, those daily reports are not in this bundle, are they?
They are not in this bundle.
No.
And I can make it available.
And there's been no application to include them in the bundle, is there? No.
I don't know. Yeah. It's not part of the bundle. Yeah.
When you amended your witness statement this morning, there was no application to add any material to the bundle, correct?
The witness, he could not possibly know this answer. I can answer it. Yeah, there's no application to add documents other than the applications we made the last 2 days. I think we can agree on that, I think.
Okay, well, I'm grateful to my own friend, but let's move on. Closeout programs. Let's have a quick look at these. My lord, this is page G2953. Again, I'm sorry that it's small. I can't really help you any more than this, but I'll try and read it out to assist you. G2953.
Yes.
So this is the closeout programs, and you heard Mr. Kiki's evidence yesterday about this, and you heard the opening that I gave. This is dated the 30th of April, so I think you know where I'm going to go with this. And it doesn't matter which floor we look at because the description's the same. The first one says gypsum.
Can you zoom slightly on it?
As I said, I can't. I don't look. I'll show you. I'll show you what happens. Nothing happens for some reason.
Mr. Comdell, if you go to the edge of the right-hand edge and then click on the edge and drag it sideways, you'll get slightly bigger. The edge of the actual doc.
Oh, there we go. I think.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm very grateful, my lord. Gypsum partition walls and ceiling touch-up. Touch-up. There is a reference to snagging works. Touch-up to the finishes. Correct?
Gypsum partition walls. It's not a touch-up. And ceiling touch-up. It is 2 activities by bond. They need 2 days to do it. It is minor work since it's 2 days.
Okay. Final coat ceiling paint. That's just the fine. It's nothing. It's a very minor touch-up final coat. It's something
not-
very minor.
It's not minor. It is. See how many days it's required.
Okay. It's required because, correct me if I'm wrong, but the ceiling is 8 meters high, isn't it?
I don't know. It's not my job and my part, and even not related to the facade. But because you describe it minor, I need just to correct it's not minor.
But there is a diagram. We can look at it with another witness, but I'm going to suggest it's double the height of the ordinary ceiling on the with the roof garden. Sorry, the balcony.
See, okay, continue. What's the question?
All right. What I'm suggesting is that this is all very minor snagging works, and in fact, here we've got RMD snags. Do you see that?
There is some snag works, but can you just go up to the eaves? And I like this schedule. This is schedule proposed by you, not by 5. Sorry, not by you. This is schedule proposed by 5, and they put a target date to close out the program. And this schedule is very clear. The eaves is still not completed. It's 1st May, 2nd May, 3rd May, 4th May, up to 7th May, right? Then after the eaves complete their work, then Reem need 2 days, which is a small time, very short time for Reem to do. But see, compare to eaves, the duration of Reem.
Yes, but this is all. I'm suggesting to you.
You suggest from the duration it is minor and snag. Why do not suggest the 2 days compared to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days? It's minor and snags.
So what works are these? Are you saying?
This is the silicone and the cover cap. This is the silicone. Okay. This is the silicone and cover cap, which we supposed to install it after the eaves contractor complete his work.
Why does it not say cover here? This is Reem. Why it doesn't say cover? Is that Mahdi? It doesn't say cover, does it?
Okay. Go to my witness statement point 17 and 18. After the eaves, I have to fix the silicone and cover, right? It's very clear here. So what I have work after eaves, if you notice, it's exactly after the eaves. That means my work depends on the eaves.
Mr. Mahdi, this is just the snags for the sealant, isn't it? It's nothing to do with the cover.
Very good. Okay, I'll tell you one thing. We have a sealant and cover for the doors. We have a sealant and the cover for the balcony. We have sealant only when the area comes to the roof garden. And all of them is minor work. I'm telling you, it's minor work.
Let's go to one of your exhibits. I'm going to take you to SA1 exhibit.
Yes.
My lord, this is F1395.
Yep.
Just hold on. I'm sorry, you're going to have to bear with me. Sorry. 1395. Stop. Okay, 1395. We're there. In fact, it starts on 1394. This is an email from Rajaz Bashir from 5. Do you see this?
Yes.
Now, this is with reference to the project progress meeting, 10th July 2019. Please find attached 5 Jumeirah Village closeout snag summary. Yes. Under Reem has completed D-snag until level 34 and to complete full D-snag by 20th of July 2019. Do you see that?
Yes.
D-snagging follows snagging, doesn't it? They're two separate things.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that means by the time we get to D-snagging, you've done the snagging, correct?
First we do snagging, then de-snagging.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So as we saw on the closeout program, the final snagging works were, from off the top of my head, they were early June at some point.
See, if you look to this schedule, it's not only snagging, there's major work to be done here, right?
So let's get into this slowly. Reem's final tasks for the closeout program are dated the 8th of June 2019. Yeah, you can take that as read from me. If I'm wrong, I'll be corrected. Okay? We're looking at
sorry?
From the closeout program, the document we just looked at, the final works for Reem were scheduled for the 8th of June 2019. Okay?
This is proposed by 5, yeah?
Yeah, proposed by 5. Yeah. We've got some comments here in red. And in fact, let me try and show you where that comes from. There is a reference to red markings. It's typical when you try to, oh yeah, here it is. So on the 13th of June, Rajaz Bashir from 5 says, with reference to discussions on site progress today, please find the update for the below mentioned points in red color. Okay, so these points in red are updates. Let's look at Reem. Reem confirmed to recover the, sorry, let me read it from the beginning. Reem to complete closeout, including master bathroom flashing until level 34 by the 15th of June 2019. If failed, Reem has to increase additional 20 numbers of manpower to recover the delays. The comment is, Reem confirmed to recover the delays by the 15th of June. If failed, Reem to increase 20 numbers, that's the manpower, getting free from cradles gradually to be added to closeout and de-snag team. Understood?
Yeah.
Reem to propose handle sample for sliding doors and balcony terrace side and to go ahead with the installation ASAP. The comment is Reem to bring handle sample by Saturday. That's the Saturday of that week. Okay?
Yeah.
So in June, these comments are to do with the snags, and in July, these comments are to do with the de-snags. Yes?
Okay. And work, not only the snag. There is a work to be completed. There is a work still not done. If you go to the facade, read down, facade point 1 and 2 and 3. Level 39, wing balance to be completed, 13 July. This is by eaves. Level 40, 2 wings balance, China State to complete 1 roof garden upstand, concrete. We're talking about concrete here, we're talking about civil work. By 10 of July, and balance roof garden upstand, concrete to be complete by 11 July. Still, we are talking about predecessor activity to our activity. This has to be completed. Then we can start our work. You understand?
Let's go move on. G2934. These are the handover documents. Okay. Yep. I think you looked at this earlier, but not all of them. We've got here levels 41 to 58, and for example, here we've got 41 to 59. That's just an example where the floors are different. This one is dated the 9th of June, 41 to 59. Yes?
Yep.
The earliest.
The date was May, not June, sorry. The date May.
9th of June. 9th of June.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. This is not the earliest. This is one of the latest ones.
Yes, it's okay.
In fact, it may have been the latest one. The earliest is 20th of April 2019, but that doesn't cover floor 59. Do you see that?
Yeah, because the cradle was sometime from 59, sometime from roof.
All right, we'll deal with the cradles in more detail in a minute. This is the earliest that deals with floor 59, 23rd of April 2019. Yep. Yeah. Mr. Nair signed this. Okay.
We received the clearance from you after the eaves completion. Like you are saying here, the eaves completed last as per this document, by 6th of June 2019, and give us the clearance to start.
But we looked at the work inspection request, and the EU accepted before means not approved. Yes? E means
Sorry.
not approved.
Sorry?
E from the work inspection request logs means not approved, correct?
E means the work incomplete.
Yes, not approved, incomplete, use the word
Yeah.
you want.
Yeah, from a QC perspective, incomplete. And if you have the sheet with you, you will understand the comment was for silicon and stainless steel batch fittings.
Okay.
So the glass was there, and the balance was the silicon and the cover and the batch.
For level 59, the last inspection request log that we have for the court to look at in terms of the actual log is the 2nd of March with the inspection on the 3rd of March. That's the last thing we saw.
So it's contradicting. And how the last ifs you have it on March, but you give it five engineers, they give us the clearance to start on June.
Mr. Al-Mahdi, the balustrade glass installation would have been completed by Reem at some point in terms of an approval from the engineer after the 3rd of March 2019 and before the 23rd of April 2019. Do you agree with that?
Cannot be completed because the if's not complete, so I cannot complete. This is what I'm trying to say from the beginning to you. For me to complete the...
Yeah, sorry, no, I interrupted you, I'm sorry.
For me to complete the balustrade glass installation, I have to fix the bottom channel, which I described, the bottom channel, the glass, and the silicone inside, outside, and the cover. The cover sometimes in the roof garden, there is no cover. In the balcony, there is cover. For me to fix the silicone and cover, I need to have the eaves completed. So when you look to the inspection WIR from the engineer, which is E status, because the work is incomplete. This is the comments he has in the report. So I cannot complete the work if the eaves did not give me the access to complete my work.
Mr. Al-Mahdi, as I suggested before, isn't this an example of when eaves completed their works to level 59 and Reem were delayed in getting to 59 to complete their works because for some reason the glass balustrade wasn't approved by the engineer?
So I'm not understanding if you didn't understand my book. It is vice versa. See, I have to get the clearance from the eaves. I have to receive this report. This report generated by whom? Generated by 5 engineers. When the 5 engineers give me this document, which is in front of you, I will start my work. So how I will start my work before 6th of June 2019?
Okay.
Before this document come to me, I cannot start. And referring to the addendum 1, you should give me every 6 or 5 days, it depends on the floor, 1 floor. Here in this document, the 5 engineers, they give me 18 floor 1 time. Is it clear?
Mr. Al-Mahdi, in respect of the WhatsApp messages which you looked at earlier, do you accept that the cradles had to be hooked to the technical floors?
Not necessary, but as per the baseline, as per the addendum 1 program, the cradle has to be in level 19, 39, and 59.
40, I think you mean.
No, 40 is landing platform. 40 is landing platform.
Okay. Do you accept that if Reem's works to the other floors were not complete, then the cradles could not be removed on the technical floors?
What's the work of a Reem by cradles? I described that one. We have the silicone and the cover on the balustrade, which is Mr. Nabil. If you ask him, he will agree with me. It's a minor work, which is I clarified. And it is the silicone above curtain wall 4. Morning, when you asked me, I told you my weightage to the cradle, I need like 10%, and the eaves needed 90%. So if the 90% not completed and delayed, I cannot finish my 10%. The cradle, either they will use or I will use. What happened? They completed the 90% completed, then they give me the access. They did not give me the access every floor as per the addendum program. As per the addendum program, they should finish one per floor and give me the access. They finish, I will finish, then they will take the second floor, like that. But what they did, they finished everything, then they give me the access in very late June 2019.
Mr. Al-Mahdi, if the works to the, if the balustrade glass could not be installed until after, you say because it's Eve's fault, we disagree on that. But just put,
Why?
hold on, just please hold on, please hold on, please just hold on. You and I, 5 disagrees with you. You disagree with 5. So let's just put the Eves for one, just aside for 1 minute.
Can
The
I
glass,
speak? Can I speak?
no, because I have to ask a question.
Your
and then
Honor,
you can
can I speak?
once I ask a question, you can answer the question.
Your Honor, can I speak?
Mr. Comdale, you put a number of points to the witness. You disagreed, and he wants, I think, to know why you disagree, so he can answer it.
No, I was trying to put the question, and I don't think I've managed to do it yet. I'm trying to say, let's just put Eves to one side and then ask my question on the cradles.
Okay, ask your question for the moment,
Yes.
but I'm not going to stop the witness coming back with an explanation at the right time.
That's fine.
Just-
I've got no issues with that. I just want
Listen
to.
first, Mr. Al-Mahdi, and then if there's something else you need to add, to do so.
Okay.
So the question is, just put Eves to one side, across, to the side. If the glass balustrade was not completed for whatever reason, you say Eves, 5 says something otherwise. If it wasn't completed, the cradles were still required by Reem to complete the works. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that.
Okay. Now, I want to move on to the
No,
broken
no.
glass, but then if my lord wants to
I
hear
will make my point here.
You make your point now, Mr. Al-Mahdi.
You said 5 disagree that if the eaves not completed, the glass balustrade can be complete. You said this just before 2 minutes, right? 5 agreed on my sequence of work where I said in paragraph number 17, if the eaves not completed, they cannot the balustrade glass cannot be completed. They agreed, which is contradict of what you said now.
Mr. Mahdi, Mr. Kiki gave evidence yesterday, and he said that he clarified what he meant by his agreement. You were there, you heard his explanation. So he said that sometimes eaves completed before the balustrade glass, and your evidence earlier.
Glass. See, when you talk about balustrade glass, you need to be careful. You are talking about the piece of glass, or you are talking about the scope of balustrade glass. If you are talking about balustrade of glass scope as a scope, I cannot complete the scope. Fixing the piece of glass, yes, this is the change on the sequence. When October 2018, Mr. Akiki asked us to fix the glass before the eaves. But completing the scope with patch fittings, with the clip, with silicone, need to complete the eaves, to complete the scope, which is balustrade scope.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move on. I'm showing you a letter, page E1727. It's from the engineers, dated the. Oh, sorry, I'm showing you the wrong letter first. Forgive me. This is E1721, but I want you to look at E1722. This is the engineer's instruction. It says it quite clearly, yes. At the top, date of issue 27th of June 2019.
Yes.
EI number 0098 is for your attention, yes?
Yep.
And it's for the 5 JVC. It says date of contract 18th of November 2014, but that's clearly a mistake. And it says, as per the client's instruction, Reem Emirates is hereby instructed to have its immediate action to replace all damaged broken glass panels, glass balustrades, aluminium units, etc. Understood? Do you see that?
Yeah, so
What does that mean to you?
it's engineering instruction to proceed with the replacement of the damaged glass by others and for balustrade and doors and doors.
And when you read that in June 2017, did you understand that as well to be said by the engineer?
Yeah, I understand this instruction by the engineer.
Did you read at the bottom where it says all commercial issues will be evaluated or agreed later as per contract terms and conditions, specs,
Yeah.
requirements? Yes?
Yes.
So the engineer issued an instruction, and according to FIDIC, you would need to carry out the instruction, wouldn't you?
But if the client was paying at that time, yes, but the client was not paying. And
But
I
it
wrote
says-
back to the I wrote back to the engineer, the client doesn't pay since January. There is
Yeah.
no payment since January, and there is a due payment something around 2.5, and plus the fire direct material, and plus the prolongation. So the client was not doing his obligation. So what I have to do? I wrote that one to the engineer, right?
Well, and then on the 9th of July, I think maybe that was the response. Maybe not, but on the 9th of July, certainly the engineer wrote to you, wrote to you, Salima Mahdi, saying that the required work shall be carried out. Sorry, my lord, E1727. Given the above, Reem is instructed to complete such concerned works promptly. All incurred costs shall be back charged to the other subcontractors. So you were told as of the 9th of July that all the payments will be back charged, correct?
Yes.
But you could have dealt with the variations whilst getting on with the rectification of the broken glass. Isn't that right?
Sorry, repeat again.
You could have, you should have rectified the broken glass and dealt with the commercials at the same time.
My variation to this broken glass submitted like 7 months, 6 months, and it's not taking serious from the engineer nor the client. They came at the end of the project and they asked me to pay it, to do it, while they are not paying my payment since January, and they are not certifying, they are not paying since September. If I'm not September, August, and they are not certifying any progress since February 2019. So the engineer and the client was not doing their work as per the contract. They're supposed to certify my payment. They did not. My progress. They're supposed to pay me a due payment. They are not doing. Why I have to do and follow the engineer instruction here?
Right, that's the issue. Why do I have to follow the engineer's instruction here? So you accept you got the engineer's instruction?
Yeah,
Yes,
I do.
you accept
Yes.
it was clear. It was it was unambiguous, correct?
Yes, yes. I said yes.
And you were told by the engineer that all of this will be sorted. It will be back charged.
I replied to the engineer, and I did not leave it like this. I replied to the engineer. I said the client did not pay since almost 7-8 months, which is due payment. And so what expecting from me to do this work, I'm continuing on the, I write for him, I'm continuing this in good faith in this project.
But it was a lump sum contract, wasn't it?
It was lump sum contract.
So there were, and was there glass that was broken by Reem?
The glass broken by mainly by the eaves, the glass broken by others, and this is what
was there
the
glass
engineer
broken? Was there glass broken by Reem?
Yes.
Okay, so not all of this glass was other subcontractors' fault. Yes.
No, the glass which is broken by a Reem being replaced immediately without waiting any instruction from the engineer, and part of this glass which is broken by others even being replaced.
This is E1724. It's an email to Mr. Nair from Pratish Kumar of 5. He attaches a document at E1725. This is a record of it's a record from 5 of the glass that was broken. Did Reem keep a record of the glass that was broken in a similar fashion?
Is better than this even. We are reporting since the beginning of the project. Any broken glass, we have a QC engineer. Any piece of glass broken on site, once we catch it, we report it. And we mention in the report is broken by RIA or broken by whom. If it's broken by others, we report it to the engineer and 5. And if it's broken by RIA, we report it to our factory and get it replaced immediately.
Yeah, I mean, you may have reported it, but did you produce a table similar to this at all?
We have records, yes. We do have our records. Yep.
I'm sure if it's in the bundle, we'll see it.
This is when this piece of paper in our bundle. We attach it.
Okay. And then the variation order was issued late in 30th of July, correct?
The
Yes.
variation order issued 30th of July, yes.
30th of July, all right. I'm just looking through my list of.
Can you go to that variation order, please?
I don't need to, but if it needs to be re-examined, I'm sure it will be. So we know that the hotel opened on the 2nd of September 2019, yeah?
Yes.
And we know that delivery of the glass took place even after September as well, correct?
Yes.
And do you agree with me that it would have been, the glass would have arrived sooner if you had just complied with the instructions sooner? Or could have, I suppose is the best.
We are talking about, if we follow, it will be like 20 days sooner, 20 days earlier. But you can see it's not affecting the operation of the building, right?
The glass could have been delivered before the big opening of the hotel, correct? It could have, the potential.
Before, no.
Okay.
Could be earlier 20 days than what is delivered exactly, but not before the opening of the hotel.
Then the TOC was, you say that that Reem wanted TOC. Is that right?
Repeat, please.
Reem wanted a TOC, the taking over certificate, to be dated the 2nd of September 2019, correct?
Mr. Carvelis.
Excuse me, Mr. Costello. I did not mean to interrupt but it seems to me that we are way over the allotted time before the next break. And I was wondering whether, I don't want to interrupt Mr. Costello. He got on, he's on a rhythm now. But I wonder if it's time for a short break.
I'm okay with that. I'm not really not too far from the end, but I'm okay with a break.
Let's have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you.
5 minutes enough?
Yes, thank you very much.
Right, we'll have a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon, my lord.
Mr. Costello.
Yes.
Do you have many more questions?
Yes, just some. Hopefully will be done shortly. I was just asking about the taking over certificate, Mr. Al-Mahdi. Five. Reem wanted the taking over certificate to be dated the 2nd of September 2019. Is that right?
Yes.
When did Reem leave the site?
Somewhere in October, I think, the last person, and it was very few people. I think 8 to 9 people was there on site.
I think you say at paragraph 108, you say as at 30th of October. Oh, sorry, I should say 108 of your first witness statement.
Sorry?
You want to look at your first witness statement?
Yeah, if you can tell me, 1 minute, let me look at it.
Yeah.
Which paragraph?
Paragraph 108, page 117.
108. Yeah, this is matching what I said now, yeah.
Yeah, you say this was because, Reem did not proceed to address the issue identified in the non-conformance notice, 658. This was because as at 30th of October 2019, the works were complete and Reem had left site.
Yep.
Do you remember the exact date that Reem had by then left site?
No.
You don't, but it was definitely no later than the 30th of October.
Around these days, yeah, plus minus maybe 2-3 days, something like that.
I hope I don't need to show you, but do you agree that the non-conformance notice was dated the 30th of October 2019?
This is NC 658. Can you show it to me, please?
Yeah, just bear with me. Just hold it on 1 second. So it should be exhibit N814. Okay, I'm just going to share my screen. E1749, my lord. This is the NCN, Mr. Al-Mahdi. Yes, do you see it?
Yeah, I'm reading it just to,
okay.
to remember.
No problem.
This is regarding the handle of the sliding door. Now I remember the case, yeah. Tell me, what's your question? Yeah, I remember it now very well. I know it very well.
Okay, thanks. This was an NCN.
Yeah.
As you say, the sliding handle, the improper, its subject is the improper functioning of aluminium sliding doors.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, we've got some photos annexed to the non-conformance notice, and you accept that this was not addressed, as in putting it another way, simply, Reem didn't come back to address the non-conformance notice.
Reem is not obliged to address this one, and even I replied to this NCN. If you allow me to elaborate, I can.
Let me try and help you. I think your reply was essentially that this is a general NCN, and something. Was there anything else you wanted to add?
There is one point is very important to add. All these doors being installed in the mock-up, on the project, everywhere, and the project being handed over on 2nd of September, and there was no comment from the engineer. Then later, my understanding, and this has been communicated to me, that people find the difficulty to move, because if you look to the handle from the photo, it's you put your finger and you move the shutter. So the system in this door, to put your finger like this and move it. And this is value engineering given to the client. And I replied like this: the project specification says the door should be lift and slide. When the door is lift and slide, there is very big arm as a handle. You turn it, then you push the shutter. There is around 300,000 dirham given as a value engineering saving to the client to use another system, which is knob handle, small handle. And we agreed with the client, if he need to add small handle, which is not as per the system, it's bespoke handle, he will pay 50,000 for us. And that was even available on the document. 5 agreed to pay 50,000 extra to add this handle, so easy to grab. But 5, they failed to make a work order or instruction officially. It was only email communication. So the main issue, we left the site and there is no work order given to us or instruction officially to proceed with additional work.
You've got a non-conformance notice. That's all you need, isn't it?
The non-conformance, I said, it is value engineering.
Reem is instructed to take immediate action.
I replied to this one. It is value engineering. The handle used here is the same handle approved in the project in the mock-up. Why we build a mock-up? Why the 3 years in the project from 2016, 17, 18, 19, there is no comment about this handle?
Okay, Mr. Al-Mahdi,
if you clear to you?
Hold on. You say that it was just the design of the handle. Did anyone from Reem go back to inspect it themselves?
Inspect what?
The handle.
Okay.
Did anyone go back to look at the handle?
Okay. This handle. No, listen to me. You said no. I did not say no.
Sure.
The handle being installed based in the approved system, approved mock-up, and it was inspecting the whole project life from 2016 to 2019. The client, when he realized that ladies mainly with the finger, they cannot put their finger there, and the shutter is heavy, he said to me to add additional handle. Additional handle is like an angle, additional to the system. He agreed, the client, with me to pay 50,000. He sent an email. He said, Salim, proceed with 50,000. That email is there in the document. But he did not issue the work order to me. So I
Mr.
cannot
Almaty.
perform it if he did not.
Okay, after you got the NCN, I think this is a simple question. After you got the NCN 658, is it right that nobody from Reem returned to the site and inspect the handles? Yes or no?
Yes, nobody. Yes.
That's right. What I'm suggesting is right, yes? I want to be clear.
Nobody there went there to fix the new handle because no order given to Reem to fix the new handle.
All right. Just a few other things, please. We've heard about the famous settlement of 750, 850. You agreed, don't you, that there were meetings held in person in order to settle the dispute on the damaged materials? Do you accept that?
There's many meetings happened.
There were many meetings. And was that between you and Mr. Akiki?
For regarding the value, it was a phone call between me and Mr. Akiki.
Okay. And in that phone call, didn't Mr. Akiki say, look, you haven't proven your prolongation costs, your 9.9 million. It's not substantiated. Something like that. Did he say that to you?
No. Our discussion at that time regarding the direct fire material, and I make it very clear in a letter, and I can refer to the letter if you need. We were talking about the direct damaged material, direct losses. It was 1 million from a Reem, 1.07, and he agreed to me to make it 850.
Yeah,
Then he sent a letter. He sent a letter to me. You can go to the reference, Peter, so we can understand the history of it. Let me tell you.
There's no dispute. Just to make it easy for you, there's no dispute. There was an offer of 750. Reem went back and said no, it needs to be 850, and then the offer of 850 came, and then it was accepted.
Sorry, there was over the phone. There is an offer. There's agreement 850 over the phone. When he sent the letter, he said it's 750. Yes. So I wrote back to him over the phone. We agreed in 850. I wrote a letter. It's there. The document available. I said to him, it's agreed in 850. Then he revised his letter. He accepted the 850.
What I'm suggesting is that there was an agreement on the phone that to settle everything, because you couldn't substantiate the prolongation cost claim of 9.9 million or any amount. That's why I suggest you accepted the 850.
Why my document doesn't say that? In my letter, I was very clear. After the phone call, I wrote for him, and I wrote for him instead of 1.07, we agreed to 850. So I was very specific in my letter. Against the 1 million, I accepted 850. I did not say against the 9 million, I accept 850. My letter is there, very clear. And I need you to refer to it if you don't mind.
I don't think.
What reference?
Let me find it.
Can I try and assist? I've got it on a separate screen. There is the F1965. F for Foxtrot. Yeah.
1965.
F1963 is my letter. F1963. If you can share it, please.
Yeah. My computer's frozen. 1 second. Okay, so I'm looking at a different page, but it's not too different. Page, you can look at F19.
Is the one?
I'm just introducing this. F1962, just Mr. Al-Mahdi. This is a letter from 5, dated the 26th of August, 2019. This is the offer of the 750, yes?
Okay, this is, can I see up what the revision is this document?
This is the 26th of August.
This one,
2019.
this is the first document, yes?
Yes. And then the next page, 1963, is from Mr. Kiki, I think.
From
No,
me to
sorry,
Mr.
excuse me.
Akiki.
Yes, you're right. From Reem to 5 to the attention of Mr. Kiki. 750 is rejected. You want 850 as per the telephone conversation.
Yeah, and I clarify there, if you look to the first paragraph, the second paragraph, I was writing here, instead of 11079, not 105, I'm clarifying the number which we are talking about. Please be informed the employer assessment 750 is respectfully rejected since the valuation agreed 850 as per telephone conversation.
Yeah, just so we're clear.
So I'm referring to 1079 here. Is it clear? Which is the direct damaged material.
Yes, what I'm suggesting is during this telephone conversation or earlier telephone conversation, you agreed to not pursue the prolongation costs, the other prolongation.
No, where is it? I don't. I always, all of my letters which I sent regarding the prolongation, I'm asking the prolongation. Even after that, there's another letter, I'm seeking the prolongation. The contract, when we sign and we put a clause 4.5, we're asking for prolongation. We never waive our rights in the prolongation. And this is the revision. This is the revision of Mr. Nabil.
Yeah, this is an 850 settlement offer.
Can you go up to that letter? This is revision 2. So there is revision 1 and there is revision 2. So revision 2, he agreed with the value of 850, and he mentioned there, 1st of October, the glass will be delivered. Brasted glass 164 number shall be delivered before 1st of October 2019. And also, on top of that, he said, all carton damage shall be replaced within 7 days from the date of the finishing. The employer approved the PMU full-time with RIA. The PMU was not working. When you remove the cradle system from the side, the only alternative option there is the PMU. To achieve mainly for level 39 and 40, we need to work with the PMU.
Yeah.
The PMU was not working. So he said he will make the PMU available for us.
Mr. Ahmadi, the offer here we suggest is for the, it says pursuant to clause 4.5 of the subcontract agreement, the claims related to the fire incident, any claims related to fire incident shall be part of China State's liability and to be settled in reasonable time. Due to the absence of China State's response in settling the claims, 5 is assessed and agreed to an amount of 850. That's all of it. That's all the fire claims.
For the 1 million, which is because he's replying to my letter, which is, I said to you, we're talking about the 1 million. We're talking about the direct cost. My letter reference is above. Here, the subject is the 1 million, which is direct damage material.
Mr. Condell, isn't the heading reference instructive about this?
Well, my lord, Mr. Akiki will obviously be cross-examined in due course further, and maybe this will come up. But
if you're going to put a point to the witness, I want to know how you deal with that.
Well, the point that I'm suggesting is that the two agreed that there will be a settlement for the damaged works and materials on the agreement that the fire claims, the 9.9 prolongation cost is not being pursued any further. So that's why there's only a reference to the 20th of October 2016 letter.
Yes. All right.
Yeah. Well, I think we've got the witness's answer. I don't want to detain.
To the next page. His reply to this is the materials claim.
So who's talking?
I think that's Mr. Ball. F1966. Although your counsel can always re-examine you, but we'll deal with it now. This is your acceptance letter, isn't it? And you say the damaged material, but I still make the suggestion to you, Mr. Al-Mahdi, that you had accepted on the phone to Mr. Kiki that you were not going to pursue the 9.9. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Sorry, repeat.
Do you agree or disagree that on the phone you had accepted you're not going to pursue the 9.9 million prolongation claim?
No, I did not agree with.
Okay. One final issue. Looking at the engineers, you know that some of the works were descoped, or at least that's what the suggestion is, that some of the works were descoped.
Yeah.
And we're dealing with the aluminium louvers, and and what we've got here is an example. Bear with me, I'll give you a page reference. Waiting for this. Sorry about this. Every time I go to a new page, it needs to load. Okay, here we've got page E1020.
Good.
This is page E1020, Mr. Al-Mahdi. It's an engineer. Sorry, it's the shop drawing submittal. You see that?
Yeah. Yes, I can.
Okay, good. And this relates to. It says here the drawing title: General Setting Out Plan for Glass Balustrade, Hinge Door, and Sand Trap Louver at Service Level 18 to 19. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it's dated it's at some point in January. I think it's the 8th of January, because it was someone deleted the 3, and I think they've written 8th. It may not matter too much, but can you see here the engineer's comment? It says 5 engineers' comments. Do you see that?
Yeah.
The scope of work mentioned in this SD submission, shop drawing submission, already has been descoped from Reem scope of work as per client's decision. Do you see that?
Yes, I saw that.
And I think there is also another example in this bundle of a similar descoping.
If you can go up, there is also approved. The concept is approved, but keep it on hold for a time being. One of the documents.
Where do you want me to go?
The same document. If you go up, there is the concept approved, but keep it on hold. You see this many document being produced, and the concept was approved. What RIA said on this, we already generated a document and a lot of work. You can see this is your part of the document. Why the engineer is not paying this? We need to scope something. There's a work in progress done. You scope it after I submit this engineering work, right? So you have to pay something for me.
Right.
The engineer certified 0 about it.
I see. So you're not saying they weren't descoped. Is that right? You're just saying you needed to be compensated for it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
okay,
exactly. This is what we are saying.
Okay, so I'll stop sharing because I just wanted to clarify what the position was. And you've kindly clarified. Thank you very much. Final, this is promised the last point. You said earlier that with the engineer, documents were submitted to the engineer. I think this was an answer to questions to your counsel. Do you accept within the bundle, you have not provided any evidence of what you have submitted to the engineer in terms of the email, or for example, an email to the engineer saying, look at all these documents?
Can you repeat? You are asking me, right?
Yeah. Do you accept in the bundle, there isn't an email or anything like that that shows all the documents that Reem had actually submitted to the engineer?
Regarding what exactly, to be specific?
For the engineer's determination.
I think we submit all the document related to the bundle, and if the engineer he has something missing, he should come back to us. This is what I do believe, because this is submitted through our contract department.
No, well, it's a slightly different point. Do you accept that that you have not provided evidence of what you have submitted to the engineer?
I'm not understanding exactly your question. Repeat it, please, in a different way.
Well, my lord, maybe it's a submission point. I don't know if I want to keep trying on this. Sorry.
It is a submission point. It is a submission point.
Okay. Well, if my learned friend is content and he's not going to take an issue with me not putting it, then I'll leave it.
Whether he's content or not, it doesn't matter. It's whether I'm content.
Okay, fair enough. My lord, those are the only questions I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, are you going to be a long time in re-examination?
Excuse me, Your Honor. I don't think I heard you.
Sorry, are we going to be a long time in re-examination?
I have 4 questions. Number 4. Only 4 questions.
Okay, let's
If I
go for it.
can.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ahmadi.
This will begin.
Yes.
May I carry on? Right. Mr. Ahmadi, you can hear me, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. It is now my turn to ask you a few questions. Again, all the questions will be in relation to questions that my colleague asked you. I will try to put the questions so that it will help you give a short answer. Okay. Let's start from one of the last issues raised by Mr. Costello. Did you ever agree with Mr. Akiki? Let's leave aside first whatever correspondence exchanged, any emails, letters. Let's pretend that they don't exist.
Okay.
Did you ever agree with Mr. Akiki verbally, over the phone, at a meeting, at a restaurant, I don't know where, to settle your prolongation costs claim in exchange of 850,000?
No.
So it's your word against Mr. Akiki's word?
Yes.
Thank you. The other point that my friend raised, in relation to the broken glass, I had a few questions. I will ask you only one. When you ordered the glass, correct, that would have to replace the broken one, correct?
Yes.
When was it delivered? Before or after September 2000? Before or after the opening of the hotel?
The majority after.
So when the hotel opened,
2nd of September.
And when the hotel opened, some of the glass had not been delivered yet.
Yes. Yes.
Did this stop the hotel from opening? The lack of glass, did it stop the hotel from opening?
No, and if you need me to clarify, I will clarify why.
Only if it is 1 minute, 60 seconds.
No, it doesn't. The glass consists of 2 pieces of a glass, and there is a lamination panel in between. When the glass break outside, the glass keeps stand there, will not fall, or will not prevent the people to stand there, because the glass is still there. So the broken glass is still functional, even if it is broken.
Okay. Let's move on, and I will use the expression of my friend. Let's stick to the evidence we've got. I think that's exactly the words of my dear friend, my learned friend. what you testify today, is it on the basis of your personal knowledge?
Yes.
Is it on the basis of your personal involvement in the project?
Yes.
Right. Thank you. Now, can we have, please, the document which is on file E Echo 1085 on screen? E 1085. It should be the work inspection request log. And clarify one thing. What Mr. Akiki testified, because my colleague made a comment about Mr. Akiki's testimony yesterday. Mr. Akiki testified yesterday, and must have asked him 10 times, perhaps even more, that all age work were completed on 3rd of March, 2019. Right? Did we have the document? It's the one. I'm looking for the work inspection request
I
log.
have it, yes. It's sent out my wire.
My colleague, let's not lose time. My colleague spent a lot of time earlier trying to understand what is this inspection request log. This E, resubmit, the blue category is, that's not it. Never mind. That's not it.
Five.
Hmm?
Which number do you need?
Sorry, yes, no, yes, isn't it? So, sorry, apologies, Your Honor, I must have mixed the number. Let me go back. It doesn't matter, we don't need the document. I think we'll remember the document. It is this famous Excel sheet with the classifications. Approved, approved as noted, rejected, pending, resubmit. Right. You say, you have said a lot of times to my colleague that this is not a progress report, this is a inspection status report. Am I correct?
This is QC inspection report. This is quality inspection report. Nothing to do with the progress.
So when I read on this document that a request for inspection was submitted on 30th of April 19, it may be that the work was completed on the 29th of April, the previous day, or 6 months before.
Yes.
Am I correct?
It could be, exactly. Exactly. And if the engineer here will clarify, yani you might complete the work, but one board of silicon is not applied because there's a gypsum board still need to be aligned with it. Sorry.
One at a time. My questions, please. My questions. One at a time. Thank you. So, are you saying that on the basis of the information on this document?
This is the common practice, not the basis of information. This quality report.
Did I ask the question? Did I ask the question, Mr. Ahmadi?
Okay, sorry. I will not interrupt you.
Thank
Can I
you.
interrupt? Can I just interrupt and say the page you want, I think, is G2952, and it's the other document, the spreadsheet that comes out when you click on it.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
G295. 2952. Just for the transcript.
Yes. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Yes. Right. So, on the basis of this document, we cannot tell this is not information about status, progress of work. Do we agree?
Agree.
Okay. I will not ask you what E means. This is not my question. My question is, what works were required for E to become A or B, blue to become green, and who had to do these works?
This depends on the comment on the E. Like E for balustrade, I see in part of the document, the comment was the patch, the stainless steel patch and the silicone was not there. So E came because the work incomplete. Sometimes E comes because the application of the silicone is not happy, the engineer. It looks not nice. He will say, rejected, reapply the silicone.
Right. If the engineer was here today, is this the engineer's document?
This is my document. It is my log for the QC inspection, which is the engineer involved in. This is my document.
Okay. If the engineer was here today, would he be able to explain what we just discussed?
Yes, and he will agree with my explanation, 100%.
Okay.
My lord,
Then-
that was a speculative. I'm sorry to interrupt. That was a bit of a speculative question.
Not more than speculative, asking him why the documents in the bundle are not in the bundle or not.
Well, I don't
I
know.
think no, it's not even a part.
Let's not discuss who's been speculative so far.
So,
The evidence will be treated according to its worth
thank
and
you.
according to the.
Your judgment,
Thank you.
of course. Thank you, my lord.
Yes, a few more questions. Let me take you, please, to document in the bundle 828.
Sorry, what page?
Echo 828. It is the letter from Reem to Atkins, 8th of February 2018. 2018, yes. Is it not? Sorry, no, it's the immediately next one. Let me see.
Yeah.
Is this the one? Yes, I'm trying to see. Yes. Excuse me, we want the document which is at 825, Echo 825.
Right.
Now,
Okay.
Your Honor, you will notice on the left-hand side of the screen, you will see it shows where each document was located. You will see on the left-hand side of the screen, the column. And you will see that this document was originally numbered NA12. So this was a document.
Where do I see
which
that?
means, on the left-hand side of the screen, there is a column there. If we can point, yes, there.
Okay.
This shows where the document was first exhibited. So this was a document which was first exhibited by Mr. Nabil Akiki in his witness statement, which I believe was his second witness statement of March 2022. Right?
Yeah.
Do we agree on that? And actually, if there is any doubt of this, this can be found in paragraph 28 of Mr. Akiki's witness statement, second witness statement, which reads as follows. In preparation of my witness statement, I have come across a reply from the engineer to Reem, which I do not believe has been disclosed by either party. It is from 27th March 2018. which I'm sure we will find. And it is exhibited where the engineer refers that the main contractor had agreed to sign a separate agreement. As such, claims were conditional full substantiation with supporting documents. And then he mentioned that this is exhibit NA12, which is the one that we have in front of us.
Right.
There may be some mistakes in the. Now, this document here is the letter in reality from Reem to Angus, to the engineer. My colleague asked a lot of questions, and is the one that he insisted that there is no substantiation. And we see here, as I said, this is the document as produced by Mr. Akiki. Here we have project staff. This was all one document produced by Mr. Akiki. So this table here follows the document. It says 30, it follows the, can we go up? No, up. There. We see that it has bill of quantities for additional payment. It says it reached 31st March 2019 completion. That was the projected completion date when this document was prepared. Am I right, Mr. Ahmadi?
Yes.
And we see prolongation cost, project staff 2.6 million. See details. That's where Mr. Ahmadi said, if there were details, there must be something. Am I right?
Yeah.
Can we scroll down? There. Can we see? It is difficult to read, Mr. I give it to you. Can we see what this is? Let's try and see what this is. I'm not sure how we make it bigger, Your Honor. It seems that you have a better handle of the.
If you drag on the right hand side slightly. Get to the right hand.
I will read it for you. This is, it goes down, it's 3 pages. These tables are 3 pages, right?
Yeah.
And let's see what we have here at these pages.
It's written project manager.
Excuse me?
I think it's written the first one, project manager, if I can read properly.
Mm-hmm.
This is the detail. This is the detail which I mentioned. Refer to the detail. This is the detail.
So this is because I see total for staff 2.6 million.
Yeah.
It's E832. I see 2.6 million, which is if you go up again at E828, that's the number there.
So,
that's the number we see.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all, Your Honor. I have no further question.
Thank you very much. Could I ask, while it's fresh in our minds, that if this document is going to have any weight attached to it, could a better copy be prepared so that it can be downloaded or something in a legible form? Right. I don't know how it's done. Right.
The question to me.
Well, it's a question to everyone, not to the witness. It's a question to either counsel. If one party or other can.
No objection, Your Honor. Although for him, it is not a significant document. It
Okay.
has become significant because we spent like an hour on the examination of Mr. Ahmadi. But happy to.
If I'm going to be asked to draw any particular conclusion from it, it's better that I can read it. That's all I say. Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmadi. You've been a long time, but thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
You're free to go. Thank you. Right. Now, what are we going to do?
Do we have a 5 minutes break to prepare the room for the next witness, Your Honor?
How long will Mr. Nair be? Are we going to finish him?
Should do. I don't know if Madam Friend has questions for him in chief.
None.
Oh, fine. We should.
I've assumed 2:45 cutoff, and that's what I've proceeded on the basis of your timetable.
Okay, I'll be doing my best. I don't know. Obviously, if we can have more time.
If not, we'll go into the next morning.
Yeah, sure. Even if we were to go into next morning, it'll not be long, but it'll be negligible.
Right. Okay, we'll have 5 minutes then to prepare Mr. Nair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Model.
Thank you. May we proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Thank you very much. We see Salim Ahmadi on the monitors, but that's not Salim Ahmadi.
Yes, that's what confused me.
Yes, I know, because it's the same monitor and same setup. Mr. Nair, welcome.
Thank you.
Shall I have the witness sworn?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Are you Mr. Harish Nair?
Yes, I'm Harish Prabhakaran Nair.
Yes. And I'll ask the court staff to administer the oath before you give your evidence. All
Sure.
right?
Sure.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Nair, could you please state your full name and occupation for the record?
My name is Harish Prabhakaran Nair. I'm project engineer with Reem Emirates Alumni.
Thank you. Could you please confirm if you're taking an oath or an affirmation today?
So take an affirmation.
Thank you. Could you please repeat the following statement after me? I solemnly declare and affirm
I solemnly declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Carvelis.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Nair, just a few formalities. You have given a witness statement, one witness statement in this trial. We will show it for the record. It's bundle F1975 to 1979.
Yes.
We will show it on screen as soon as we can. It comprises 5 pages. You can see it here.
Yes, I can see.
And it has 14 paragraphs.
Yes.
And is this your signature, Mr. Nair?
Yes, that's my signature.
And you confirm that this is your witness statement?
I confirm.
Are there any corrections or change or amendments you wish to do to the witness statement?
No, nothing.
Thank you. The witness is yours, Mr. Costello.
Thank you. Yes, my lord. Yes. Mr.
Yes.
Nair, yes, thank you. Mr. Nair, can you tell us how long you've been with Reem?
I've been with Reem since January of 2016, so almost 6 years and 6 months approximately.
Okay, good. So that means for the majority of this project, you were employed by Reem.
Yes.
In terms of how involved you were with this project, can you help us with that? Were you full-time on this project?
I was full-time on the project from start to finish.
Okay, and were you on site at all?
Yes, I was on site.
Okay. In terms of, was this the only project that you worked on being with Reem?
With Reem, I have worked on other projects. Dubai Trade Center project. There is 5 JVC, 5 Jumeirah Village, the project in this case. And then there is a Palm Tower project. And now I'm doing with Salim Al Mahdi itself, this B4 residential tower project for Emirates.
We heard from Mr. Mahdi that he spent a year away from the project. Did you spend any period of time away from the project?
No, I was in the project.
We've heard Mr. Ahmed Diraz's name.
Yeah.
Draz, I think. How often was he on site?
He was full-time on site during the period when Mr. Salim was not available on site.
Okay, but other than, I understand there may be times that Mr. Al Mahdi was or wasn't on site, but just with Mr. Diraz, was he there all the time, irrespective of Mr. Al Mahdi, or was he only there when Mr. Al Mahdi wasn't on site?
Period where Mr. Al Mahdi was not on site, where he said that he was away from the site for a period of 1 year. During that time, Mr. Ahmed was on site.
And when Mr. Al Mahdi so before March 2017 and after March 2018, did Mr. Diraz have any involvement in this project?
Before and after, no.
So you were there before the fire incident?
Yes.
And you were obviously still there. You continued right up until the end. Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
You heard one of the questions I asked Mr. Al Mahdi, which was when Reem left the site in 2019.
Yes.
Do you remember a date?
Like he said, it's approximately around October, end of October. I don't remember the exact date.
Yeah. And you heard some of the questions I asked about the non-conformance notice. Do you remember receiving them? Not you personally, but Reem received the NCN.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yes.
Did you see it at the time?
Yes, I have seen.
Am I right that nobody from Reem attended the site to inspect the aluminium doors?
It is way after the project completed and the hotel started being active, and we had all the approvals. The consultant was inspecting these works throughout the project timeline, and they were giving their approvals. And these particular comments was not there. And we had requested, if there is any particular door which is not functioning, then you can tell us and we'll rectify those doors. But as a general comment, we cannot accept it.
Okay, as a general comment, you couldn't accept it, meaning,
Yes.
Meaning what? Because they didn't say which floors they were on, or what does that mean?
Because that NCN is a very general NCN. It says all doors. It doesn't specify which one or what is it, because we have approvals. We have gone through SNAG, we have gone through DSNAG along with the hotel operation team also. As you know, it's a 5-star hotel. The hotel operation team is very strict on the accessories, fittings, the working of the doors. Each and everything was checked by these hotel operation team and taken over before we left the site.
Okay, so your Reem, as in general, had a problem with a took issue with a general NCN. That's it in a nutshell. I know it's a summary, but you agree with that, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So why didn't anyone from Reem go back and just have a look and to say, look, engineer, we've inspected it. There's nothing wrong with it. Why didn't that happen?
We already, like Mr. Almadi said, we already replied to that NCN with a letter. So it was up to them to come back to us after that.
No, okay, yes, there was a reply, but what I'm asking is why didn't someone just go on site and say, look, here, I've taken some photos or a video?
It's a hotel in operation. We cannot walk in without their invitation to go there.
Did you try to get their permission?
It was up to them to contact us and tell us during this time you can come. That is what they usually do.
Let me just make sure I've got this right. Are you saying that Reem didn't try to get permission to go?
So we already replied to the letter, to the NCN, and they could have come back to us on that.
Mr. Nair, this is a very simple question. Did anyone from Reem contact the hotel and ask for permission to go on the premises?
This NCN was not from the hotel. It was from the engineer.
I don't know how many times I need to ask this question, but it's a very simple question. Did anybody from Reem, as far as you know, contact the hotel and ask for permission to go on the premises?
We don't have any contact with the hotel.
Did anyone respond to the engineer and ask the engineer to get permission to go to the hotel?
We have responded to the letter, to which we did not get a response.
So do I take that as you agree with me that nobody tried to get permission via the engineer?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Nair, I suggest that you answer the question because I'm repeating the question many times and it's just easier if you just answer the question.
Sure.
1 second. Is it also right that nobody contacted 5 Real Estate Development LLC, the employer? Same question. Did nobody contacted 5 to be able to enter the premises? Is that also correct?
The NCN came. We responded saying it's a general NCN. So if anything was there, they could have said to us, okay, this room, you have to inspect. If that is the case, we would go back.
Mr. Nair, I don't know why you're not answering the question, but do you agree that nobody from Reem contacted 5 to seek permission to go to the premises?
See, it is not right. See, I would say no to that, but I want to add on to that. It is to say that we had already responded to their NCN with our letter, and they did not respond to that saying these rooms you have to inspect. So we cannot ask for access to these rooms after that without their response on it.
Okay. All right. I suggest when you can answer the question yes or no and give your explanation. I've got no issues with that.
Sure.
But as I say, please answer the question. I think I've got my answer. No one contacted 5, but you've given an explanation. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, let's move on. But still on the topic of the NCN, do you accept that an NCN is a very serious document? The significance of it?
It's a non-conformity, if at all it's there.
Yeah, it's a non-conformance notice, but it's got very significant. It's got a very significant status.
It depends on what the particular activity is and the content of that document.
Okay, let's just deal with the site for a minute. You mentioned that Reem went through snags and desnags.
Yes.
Do you remember when they were?
We started approximately around beginning of May, April, May, around that time. Then from the time the hotel team came in was around July. So again, we went through the snagging phase around July.
You went through the desnags in July, I think you said, yeah?
Yeah, end of May,
Roughly.
July, because roughly around, because the hotel team also.
Yeah, I appreciate you won't remember necessarily specific dates, But given that that you started around end of April, beginning of May for the snags,
Yes, approximately.
and the D snags went through to July.
Yeah.
So do you, with your answer, do you accept that the closeout program that we've looked at many times, that's the snag work, isn't it?
No, that is not the snag work. That is the internal work which is there, because that is only directly impacting the hotel team from preparing the rooms.
Okay.
See, it's a
Okay.
snag, internal snags, not external building.
Okay. Do you remember I showed an email earlier, which to Mr. Al-Mahdi, and it referred to snags and de-snag works. Do you remember that?
Yes, can you bring up the email again? I forgot the exact contents, but I do know about that email.
Okay, fair enough. Let me just bear with me one moment. Let's see. Yeah, so it should be F for Foxtrot 1395. I'll put it on the screen in a minute. I'm just getting it up. Sorry, just bear with me. Technology's not been my friend today, I'm afraid.
We're running up to the closing moment.
Yeah. Let me see if I can deal with it without needing to put it on the screen. But
Yep.
I think Mr. Nair, you would agree that it looks as though from that there were some delays from the emails. If you recollect, there were some delays to the snag works.
It was not delays to the snag work. It was the snag works were ongoing, and it was just the time period which was given, and we were completing on time.
Okay.
And those works were interrelated to the ID contractors, so we had to do along with that. ID and external leaves.
And with the closeout program, do you recall me asking questions about certain entries where the word snag would be used or touch up? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you agree with me that that gives the impression that the works that were being conducted by the subcontractors were all snagging works?
Not necessarily. It could be, it was and touch up. So it was some work and touch up.
You heard the cross-examination about and the questions about the work inspection logs and the E,
Yes.
which Mr. Al-Mahdi said means incomplete. Do you accept that it means not approved?
Means incomplete.
Right, if it's complete, then it would be approved. Is that right?
From the context of the consultant, the whole scope of work over there is not complete. So they will give us incomplete.
If you have to resubmit, that means it's not been approved.
Yeah.
Yeah, you agree with that?
We can resubmit. E, we can regularize. Something called regularize. We just need to submit all of them together saying that this, that particular work is completed over there and we can finish it off.
If we had the actual work inspection requests, that would clarify matters. Is that what you say?
See, it depends because from March, even the Eves contractor doesn't have their WARs. So it's the same thing. So our works was dependent on them and we could not complete because of them.
Were the works incomplete because Reem was feeling a bit rushed in order to complete their part of the works?
Reem was not rushed. We could only complete after the other contractor completes their work. So our work was dependent on them. And after that, obviously, once it's handed over to us, it was a rush to finish it.
Just so I've understood this, are you saying that all contractors, employer, even the main contractor, everyone was in delay, but Reem wasn't in delay. Is that what you're saying?
Our work was related to some other contractors' work. We could complete our balance work only after Eves completed their work, or in 39 and 40 after the civil contractor completed their work.
Okay. You accept the cradles were attached to levels 39 and 40, yes?
39, 40 was a landing, and 59.
Were the cradles attached to level 40?
The 40 was a landing platform for the cradles attached in 59, 58. They had some of them.
Okay. But I think Mr. Almadi accepted, didn't he, that the cradles can't be removed for those floors until the other works were complete. You agree with that?
Yes.
We heard that the completion date was revised to the 25th of October 2018, yes?
Yes.
And we've understood that no further extension of time other than the one that we've heard about in 2017 was submitted from Reem.
I am not familiar with these.
Okay, fair enough. But you heard Mr. Al-Mahdi's evidence on that?
Yes, I have.
But you were there, as you say, on site, and in October 2018 onwards, you were there on site as well, yes?
Yes, I was on site.
And you've heard the evidence on the letters from the engineer about delays in the delivery of certain items which delayed the device civil defense inspection, yes?
Yes, I saw the letters. Yes.
I suggest that Reem was in delay at that point. Do you agree or disagree?
No, like Mr. Almadi said, there was delay in approvals. So based on that, the delivery dates were delayed based on that.
And that from October onwards, Reem was trying to finish its works quickly because it was in delay.
No, by the building opened in September of 2019. Level 5 doors were in place in November 2018.
Okay. Manoj, I see it's 5:44. I don't have that much time. Sorry, I don't have that much left, but I don't know if we just want to break for the morning.
There's no point in rushing you if you've got another quarter of an hour or so, or 20 minutes. I've been working on the basis of the timetable, I'm afraid.
Yes.
And made an arrangement for 2:45. Mr. Can you be here first thing tomorrow morning? Wednesday, yeah. I mean, can you be in the same place?
Yeah. Are you asking to me or?
Yes, asking you if you can be. We have to stop now. If you could be back again for 11 o'clock UAE time, 8 o'clock London, 8 o'clock UK time.
Yes,
and what I was to do is finish Mr. Nayer's evidence first. Then after that, finish Mr. Akiki's evidence.
May I raise one point of just housekeeping quickly, because now we have two witnesses who are strictly speaking under oath and in the middle of their cross-examination.
Yes.
If we're going to take one and then not the other, I presume the other, whomsoever that is, shouldn't be listening to the evidence.
Okay. I don't think it matters, frankly.
Okay, I just wanted to check. If I don't, as I say,
so long as they're not asked any questions out of court. Do you have any different view, Mr. Carvedes?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, I'm grateful. Then I'll. In which case, obviously, we've got permission to discuss this disclosure with Mr. Akiki, but I'll let him know that he can join as well. Yeah.
Just on that point.
Just on that point.
Mr. Nair, I should warn you, can you make sure you don't speak to anyone else about this case between now and tomorrow morning when you give your evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. I will not speak.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll resume then at 8 o'clock UK time, 11 o'clock UAE time.
Thank you, Manoj. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening.